Yo, yo, yo. Good morning, good day, and good evening. How you doing, everyone? Nice to see ya. I know I am a little bit late. I'm sorry about that. I need to fix my fucking circadian rhythm, man. Today we're gonna continue a bit with Shroud of Gloom. I wanna keep working on this. If you haven't seen though, a small little shout out here. Twisted Stranger actually recently played Shroud of Gloom and also posted a YouTube video. So if you haven't checked that out, you have a link there. Make sure to leave a like and all that good stuff. Dude, do you guys want to know something crazy? Yeah. I have to tell you guys about this. Also, Chex, how you doing? So, you know how a lot of you probably know me as someone who's like still learning to code, you know, I'm trying to get better and all of that. Well, we have reached a new level. I am making such progress that it's almost incomprehensible. Here's the thing. I don't only code during the days now. I don't only code when I code. I even code during the night when I sleep. This night, I legit had a dream about coding on my game, where not only did I have a dream about coding on my game, I had a dream about coding a solution for an issue I have in my game that I think actually is going to work. We have become a fucking code productivity machine, fam. I'm just saying, like, ain't nothing stopping us from now on. What's up, Verity? Welcome in, nice to see you. Your monster art makes great clickbait thumbnails for these YouTubers. Yeah, I thought about it. Maybe I should actually... Yeah, I don't know. Here's what I thought about before. I'm the same way, you've reached an item. Yeah, it's fucking great, just waking up being like, yeah, that code solution is definitely gonna help me. I thought about it before, like whether or not I should have the jump scare like here in the screenshots for the game. But in some regard, the reason why I decided to not put it here is because, you know, I assume it might take away a bit from the actual jump scare when it happens the first time. But I don't know, at the same time, it seems like YouTubers are very determined that the jump scare is the best clickbait. By that reasoning, I probably should have the jump scare here as well. I don't know. I'm not fully decided. Pros and cons, I suppose. How you doing, guys? Check severity. Are you having a good Wednesday so far? It is Wednesday today, right? I think we need to set up one of these counters where check how often I'm confused about what day of the week it is. It is Wednesday indeed. So yeah, we have done a lot of progress here in the game. If you saw the other stream, we basically have a pretty polished highlighting system that actually kind of works how one would suspect. And I must say, I'm pretty happy about it. Not only do we have this functioning, it's also customizable. So like if you want red highlights, you can go for red highlights. Ain't no one gonna stop you. That is an option. Here, the thing I think we're gonna work on, because most of these like interfaces work fucking lovely. Like the new interactable system we have, great, no complaints. The thing we don't have working is item dependent clickable objects, as I called them before, which is stuff like this, where like the vent, you know, you need a certain tool for the vent, you need a certain tool for the crate, you need keys for these. Like these are item dependent. You need a specific item to interact with this object. So for this, we did get an idea, a solution sent to us from Atrium. See, I hope you don't mind me sharing this. So basically, my computer is lagging a little bit. We could make something like this, where we make 2 lists of objects, which I think can take in components, so that we then can let's see, and then we create an array of iClickables for success and failure. Yeah, and in the await function, we like cast these or whatever into the iClickables and fill up these arrays. Yeah. And then
Red Rucker is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Good morning, Red Rucker. How you doing? Dude, how fucking long was your stream, fam? That was like... Dude, I checked your VOD. That was like a 10-hour stream, dude. When did you go to bed? When did you go to bed last night? Debating whether to start sleeping early. You talk about circadian rhythm. I've been sleeping at 3-5 a.m. recently, DJ hours. Yeah, I mean, I go to bed at like 2 a.m. right now, which is not... Yeah. I feel like... I mean, the main reason why I want to get up earlier is because I think I would maybe prefer to even stream a little bit earlier than I do now. But, yeah, I don't know, I just keep messing up my sleep schedule. I haven't been able to see your code in a while. How's it going? It's going really good. It's going really good. Like, yeah, I feel like we're making a lot of progress, not only in the game itself, but also me as a coder. I feel like I'm getting better, which I quite like. Of course, with the massive help from you guys. 9 a.m. You were streaming until 9 a.m. You're fucking madman. But did you win? Did you win? Are you done with Dark Souls 3 now? Is it officially over? Good morning, Om Cleric. How you doing? Welcome in. Nice to see you again. What's up, Carol Jota as well? Welcome, welcome. If I slept, it means I won. Wasn't sleeping till I won. You never know. I went to bed thinking that, I wonder, is it gonna give up at some point? I'm impressed. I'm impressed. No, I actually am. Fucking yeah, you were fighting the same boss for what, like 6-7 hours or something? I'm impressed. That's you're proving to have patience and resilience, and I respect it. I finished my 12-hour stream an hour ago. Holy shit. Wait. Does that not mean you've been streaming basically just all night, Carol? Yeah, so the solution for these item-dependent clickable objects that I came up... Once again, I'm just gonna mention this. The solution I came up with in my sleep, in my dream yesterday, because... Yes, apparently I dream about code now. That's what I do. Is that we can do something similar to what Atrium did here. He showed me. This is like a great solution to be able to incorporate these iClickable interfaces and have like a success and fail click depending on if you have the item. Very good. What I think I'm gonna do, which I think might... We're basically gonna do the same thing, but I think I'm gonna somehow make specific ones. I think I had to draw this out to explain this. Welcome, LA Moon, how you doing? Nice to see you. Okay, the thing I think I could do to figure, or to not only make this work, but make it even better. And once again, I'm fucking happy about this because I came up with it in my sleep, so I didn't even have to waste my time awake to find the solution. Where's the code problem? I mean, with this one, with atriums, there's no problem whatsoever. This is exactly what I needed to be able to make the interactable objects that I had before. I just realized that I can make the interactable objects work even better, because right now, what do? We have an item, like, and an object. For example, we might have a door, and then we have a key. So, with the earlier item-dependent clickable objects, as I call them, let's say we have another object here. Basically, all we do is, we use an item, and then we just check, is that the correct item, or is it the incorrect? And if it's the incorrect, then do this thing. If it's the correct, then open up the door. Very simple. It works. It worked perfectly for the game. What I'm thinking is that, what if I want something along the lines of a multi-item dependent clickable object? Okay, I know I'm just making way too long words here. What I'm trying to say, what if I want certain objects to have more than one interaction, where maybe they can be interacted with multiple items. Like, say for example, say that not only do we have the key, because we also have like a hammer. So now what would happen with this like door example that we have is that if you use the hammer on the door, it just says no, and you get a little sound effect of you trying to pull on the door. That's it. And that's the same thing that happens whatever other item you use on this door, as long as it's not a door key. That's the only time it actually works. But what if I want to make something where this key can unlock the door? Yeah, makes sense. But maybe if you use the hammer, you can like smash the glass or something. Stuff like this, to where a single object can have interactions with like multiple of these items. And I think this actually wouldn't be, because I was trying to like coming up with a good way of like how I would handle this. But I think I have a pretty good solution if we do something similar to what Atrium said here, where we had these like arrays of clickable objects. But here we only did clickable success and clickable failure. What if I have a script that takes in these like iClickable interfaces, and we make an array, and then we also have the item that's needed, and then we can just use multiple instances of this script in the inspector. So if we have an object, to that object we can just attach like, this is what's gonna happen if you use a key, this is what's gonna happen if you use a hammer, this is what happens if you use a screwdriver. And then we need some kind of way to basically check that, basically we're gonna have a default value as well, which is what we before would have called the failure state. So that if you have no selected item, then it will immediately go to the default state, which in the case of like the door would be just trying to pull on the door and it's not opening. Whereas if you have an item, say that you have the hammer, then we can just check whether the player is currently having a selected item. And if you have a selected item, we do something where we like check through these different components to like check if does this item match with any of the interactions that this one allows, and if it doesn't, revert back to the default. If it does, fire off the clickable array inside of that one. I think that could work. So I'm not like 110% sure exactly on how I'm gonna write each line, but this like general concept I think it would work. Like I have a vision of how I will be able to use these puzzle pieces, which I think should be possible. Maybe a list of items possible of an entity, I don't know. Yeah, the thing is that because each item might have a new interaction, so I do think we need to have like multiple instances of like
I'm lurking over here.
Item, what it does, the other item, what that does, and so on. Thank you for lurking, Raka, much appreciated. That would be such a good upgrade to the game. You'll be able to do so much more in game. Yeah, because I have noticed that like a lot of people, you know, they, for example, they try to take the hammer and use it on some object. I realize that's the issue with using such a multi-purpose tool as a hammer. People are gonna want to try it on everything, aren't they? So this is probably one where like a lot of objects needs to be, you know, you want to be able to smash them some way. Or a lot of them you might not even need to smash. Like, at least just have a different sound effect. You know, maybe something like that. Like, say for example that we don't want to smash the window. At least have something where instead of pulling the door, you just hear like a smash on the door, like a more of a impact. Because at least it gives the illusion that there's another interaction here. I think it could work. So in that case, I'm worried about the collection aspect of the design. What is the collection for again? So that would be the interactable objects that would be called depending on what happens. Because right now the way we do it is if we take like let's take like the cloth here on the table. So here we basically have the interactable main script. This is where I think we might have something new, like a, you know, item dependent interactable or whatever. And then we have what happens when you click. So when this interactable has the actual like pointer down handler where we check Well, first we'll basically do the same thing here. I have an array of these left clickables, which is the interface, and we just get an array of all of them. And then when you interact with this one, which happens of course when you get the on pointer down and you try to interact, it basically just goes through all the clickables, which is the components attached to this object, and fires off the, you know, interact or click functions in those scripts. But the reason why this doesn't work for a item dependent one is that if we have multiple here thank you, Laymoon. If we have multiple of these components and we just have a check, like when we would interact we would always fire off all of them. So for the like item dependent ones, we basically need a way to check which components, which interfaces, whatever, should we use when this specific thing occurs. You know what I mean? So I think that's why we need to, because now the normal interactable script just checks all of the components for, you know, for this left clickable interface. So for the item dependent one, we kind of need to set that in the inspector and decide like on the door, like if selected item is door key, then play this sound and switch to this object, and if it isn't, then do this and this, since it's more like component based now. the only thing is that we would need... Did I ever make another script like interactable? Like another main script? I don't think I did. I handle everything with that one right now, don't I? Yeah, I do. But I do think that's kind of a way we should make this work. So we basically make a new base script. And then we make arrays of the interfaces we want to call when a specific item is used. If no specific item is selected, or if it's the wrong item, then always revert to like a default thing. I think it should work. I don't know if it is the best way of doing it. When you click, do you call get component interactable? What is that? No. That happens once in awake. So here we have the clickable array, and then in awake each object just checks what components they have and save those to this array. And then when we click on pointer down, we check if the flashlight is on and if the game is still running. If it is and it's a left click, yeah, because I was gonna add right clicks into the game as well, which is stroke creep, you know. When we call interact, all we do is just call the click function in every object in that clickables array. So the get components is only called once in start to basically fill up this array of I left clickables. But obviously for the item dependent one this would change a little bit, because we can't just have one massive array, because that would mean that every single object or every single left clickable script would be fired off at once, which is not gonna work. So I do think what we would do is basically make a new main script like this, called like oh, this is interesting though. I wonder if or not almost most objects going to be interactable in multiple ways like this. Maybe not actually. Just like, what item would you use on the box to do something? Is it fair to say interactable is responsible for input handling? Yeah, it's responsible for input handling and for coordinating the like left clickable interfaces, I suppose. Oh yeah, that is the one that actually handles the on-click function, whatever itself. Wait, what did I do now? Wait, I did something weird. What did I do? Not just those all tabs. There we go. Can I see what Unity provides in the mouse down method? Want to know what? What do you mean? What Unity provides? But why is this though? Why do I have an error all of a sudden? What did I do? Oh, I created a... What's this? Yeah. Oh, I accidentally just called this item. That's why it messed up. Okay. How do you know when you click your physical mouse inputs? It checks the raycast of the image. So we use this I pointed down handler. And yeah, then we have the pointer event data. Don't know exactly what that does, but yeah, then when I click my mouse, I just get this like on pointed down function, which is for the raycast target of the image. So if this image, I suppose, detects a pointer down input, then it does whatever is there. And does the on pointed down method give you what game object you clicked on? Because it's on the object. The image I clicked on and the interactable script is on the object I clicked on. So this, if I click on, what am I on right now? Trapdoor tree. If we take like the box here, if I click on this box, I fire off this specific interactable, because I clicked on this image. So in this box, it's this on pointed down for that specific box that gets called, which then checks through all of the clickable components on this box. So switch object and play sound on click, and fires off the the click method in those components. Yeah. It only gets called if you click on that game object. Yeah, exactly. Since it's the image of this actual object that has like the raycast target. So it's, and since it's a raycast target, that also means that it blocks stuff, which is good. Because that is basically what makes it so that, you know, I can click on this rug without clicking on the table behind it. I wonder, should I have multiple scripts? Should I have a script for objects that only have one item interaction? And then make one for like objects that have multiple interactions. Do not know Unity had yet another way of providing user input. Unity is spaghetti on top of spaghetti. Yeah, I think in here when it comes to the input, I think it might be special because I'm using, like, my entire game is on a canvas. Because I don't think you can use this function on like, what should you call it? On like normal game objects, like sprites. If I'm not mistaken. But since basically my entire game is on one big canvas, it sometimes changes things a little bit. To be fair though, the entire game actually isn't on a canvas. Ironically, the cursor is the only thing that is not on a canvas whatsoever, which is a little bit weird. Does your interactables have to have colliders? No. Like it's almost like the image itself is the collider, if that makes sense. And then what we did yesterday, or not yesterday, last stream, which is really cool, is that we made a way where I can decide whether transparent pixels should be part of that hitbox or not. That's why now, being here, which before would highlight the table, now doesn't. I actually have to be on the table. So that's really nice. That basically fixed all of these hitboxes. Just before, every hitbox would be how I cut it out in the sprite sheet, which is a square. So clicking here would actually click on the rug. Clicking here would click on that one. Clicking here would click on the table. And this, clicking here, would be the tablecloth. But that got fixed. So yeah, there's actually no colliders whatsoever in the game. Would be funny if the cursor stopped you from raycasting. That would be funny. I agree. What's up, Meow? Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, the hitboxes were big before. Good that you fixed that. Yeah, I think it's much better. Some of them I'm still gonna keep too big, because clicking here I think is okay. Turning on the light. Like clicking here, I think is okay. Moving this vase. Certain objects I think it's fine for. Basically, generally speaking, it is like the smaller the object is, the more okay I am with clicking transparent pixels. Like this key. I don't want to force the player to click exactly on the pixels of the key, because that means that this would be a misclick. This doesn't look like it should be a misclick. This looks like you should pick up the key. So that's why on the key we have a little bit of a bigger hitbox, and we allow the transparent pixels to be used. Interesting news to me, I'm not a 2D person. Unity 2D is so different from Unity 3D. Yeah, I think because you wouldn't really work on a canvas, besides for like the menus, right? That's the only thing you would do like on a canvas in 3D, if I'm not mistaken. Just had a nap waiting for a meeting to start, nice. People will only get frustrated if the hitbox is too small on small items. Yeah, that's what I mean. I think like on this rug, like this is easy enough to click anyway. Same with this one. There's so many pixels to choose between that this is fine if the hitbox is exactly what the object is. But like when we get to these kind of smaller objects, I feel like I rather lean towards having a bit too big hitbox. Same with this one, which maybe I don't have, do I? No, we do have transparent pixels, because this is technically me clicking on a transparent pixel. Yeah, basically I think that's gonna be my kind of rule going forward when it comes to whether I allow transparent pixels to be part of the hitbox. It just depends on the size of the item, how difficult it is to click it. Because obviously there are some that would be like too mean. Like, I can't... Yeah, like the key, and like this thing. Like, if the hitbox was only these specific pixels, it's too annoying. People are gonna get pissed off at it. Maybe even this one. I think that might be a bit small as well. Should we see? Should we see if maybe we could get this item dependent stuff to work? Would be nice, because then we could almost finish this, and I mean we could finish this entire room with like the new scripts we have. No, we still have a lot. There's small stuff I want to fix. I want to look over all the managers, see if we can fix those. Also the flashlight script, I think we could improve a lot. I wonder if, since we use this like highlighting system now, I kind of wonder if we should do the same thing with the flashlight. Like maybe hovering over the flashlight here should actually like highlight it. Because otherwise it feels very inconsistent. Basically every object in the game gets highlighted, except for the flashlight. It feels a little bit weird. I don't know. So interactable is responsible for calling all iLeftClickables.click method when you click on the interactable. Yes, exactly. So interactable is like the base script that handles the input and the coordination of the other interfaces, or is technically those are not interfaces, they just implement interfaces. But no, it is, because it is the left clickable interface. That is what it interacts with. It finds all the other components on the object with the left clickable interface, and as you said, it calls the click function of those interfaces. So it's like the main script for interactable objects. So that's why I think for these like item dependent ones, where like we want to use a specific item to do something, I think the best thing is to make a new base script that handles that, and then has different arrays of left clickables, basically depending on what item you had and whether that worked or not. Does that make sense? We can try. Let's see what happens. So we have one script called interactable. So what would you call this? What is an example of a concrete left clickable? I mean, of a script that implements that interface is basically anything that would happen when you click on an object. So whether that is it's basically all of these. Almost all of these have the left clickable interface. So activate object on click, alert on click, as in alert the enemy, collect item on click, deselect item on click, destroy on click, inspect on click, play sound on click, and also play sounds, where I can make a array with like delays and schedule like multiple sounds. Select item on click, so this is obviously more for like inventory items, because those are also interactable, but rather than calling like a, you know, changing something, all we really do is to select that item. And then switch object on click, which is probably the most common one, since that's what most of these do. Actually, like this rug, if I click on it, it switches to a new object. If I click on this, it switches back to the other object. This one, same thing. We don't only change the sprite, we actually changed the object itself. Which I just realized now I don't need to do, actually. I could just change the sprite. Which is the reason I didn't want to change the sprite, is because I wanted the hitbox to... I wanted to allow the hitbox to be different. No, wait, I still think you might... Because I don't know if you know, I don't always use the not clicking on transparent pixels. I think it is better for me to switch objects. Because then I can also do... Yeah, no, it's better. Which is then I can also handle different left clickables depending on the object, like this one. When I click on this object, you know, we change the hands of the clock. Technically, we switch out the entire object, because that was a switch object on click thing, whereas this one is not. This is just play a sound. It doesn't switch anything. So those objects are actually handled a bit differently. So yeah, I think I'm gonna keep it that way. So if interactable provided a public event interacted, then you wouldn't have to get all of these components in awake. Not saying change it, but giving an alternative. I think in Spirit you're requiring an event, not getting interfaces. Whoops. But wait, then I wouldn't... So basically, in that case I wouldn't even use interfaces whatsoever, right? Because then I would just have scripts that, subscribe to the events of the base script and fire off. when that one is clicked. Because obviously we need to make it can't be like a global event where like, just if it was that case, then clicking on this one would call every single clickable object in the entire room. So I suppose that would be something like each component subscribing to an event of the interactable script. But only on... Yeah, I don't know how that would work. I don't know enough about events yet. Because then I need each interactable object to have its own like individual event, right? Because otherwise we would call everything in the scene. Give the player 3 bombs to click all objects on screen, but it costs 10,000 points, your high score each time. I think in incorporating some different puzzles where we have stuff like maybe speed being like you have to click all of these things in a certain amount of time could be interesting to give more variety. The solution might not be any better. I still think it's interesting because am I understanding it correctly though? Can you have just not if Interactable had an event, that means that every object that has its script, would they have, technically speaking, the same event? Or should you have like individual events from them? I do think we're gonna use events a lot more when it comes to how we handle the managers though. Because there I definitely think that events should help me detangle my code quite a bit. Item interactable. Is that what I should call it, maybe? That's an easy name. It's an interactable item that... or object that cares about the item. So it's an item interactable. Yeah, because with items it is also interactable. I think that kind of makes sense. Easy name. Item interactable. No, go down like this. Ah, okay. Events and stuff like that can slow down your work if they force you to go somewhere else to check what is or isn't connected while you work. What do you mean if they force you to go somewhere else? I think your way is fine, just know that caching them in a... But by caching them in a wait, you will not be able to add/remove iClickable components later. Yeah, you mean in runtime? I think that's fine. I think that is fine. Since we basically set them up from the start. What's up, Code Red? How you doing? Welcome in. Make sure to check out Code Red Games, currently working on Rogue Blight. demo coming the 4th of December. Hype-boo! Right, if I make a signal on each clickable item and I have to go to a signal manager and read the event code and compare it to the button's event. Oh, okay, yeah. I see what you mean. How you doing, Code Rad? I suppose this should be left clickable as well. But we would need to change this a bit. Because here we don't just want to interact. When you click, we want to check if you have the right item in some way. Watched the VOD earlier today, what did DJ Chad? 9 hours, man, dude. Yeah, he went fucking crazy. I also, the first thing I did today when I woke up is just fucking instantly went to check Red Ratchet's VOD to see how long he was up for. If people just held off on the wheel. Hey, it's all part of the game. Don't hate the player, hate the game. You did it because we were... yeah, the actual reason why you managed to win was because me and Code Red had to go to bed and couldn't roll the wheel for you. So I feel like... do I almost deserve some credit in this? I feel like I kinda do, don't I? Okay. The wheel should have been spun in the last attempt, but no one out of 40 people did. Oh shit, did people? Oh my god. Just so you know, I just want you to know, Raka, I would have spun it. If I was there, I would have done it. I would have spun it as well. Yeah, there we go. They highlight now when you have an... Yeah, we got that work last stream. I feel quite good about it. Not only that, we have a way of checking whether we want to interact with transparent pixels. Because in the beginning this system did work, but it was a bit messy, where like this would highlight the table, and like this would highlight the table rug. But now with the new system, this is working really good. I feel like it's not too much, but it gives the player a pretty clear like feedback on what exactly they are trying to interact with, which I think is going to help quite a lot, because it kind of makes it so that I don't need to worry as much about having perfect hitboxes either, because even if a hitbox isn't perfect, before you try to click it, you will see whether you are hovering that hitbox or not. So I think it's a good implementation. How does an interactable door know you clicked on it with the key? Right now the way I would do it is to check my Singleton instance of the item, the inventory manager, which has a reference to the current selected item. So basically I should just check if the current selected item is null, then use the default interaction, and if you have an item selected, then go through all of the appropriate interactions you have available and check if any of those match with the item you currently have. Something like that. Just for the lols. It's also going to give us real hitboxes. I mean, for big objects the hitboxes really work. I'm gonna keep... I do want to keep the, you know, bigger hitboxes for smaller objects, just to make sure that it's not too finicky clicking, because technically here I click on a transparent pixel. I think that's fine for an object this small. The valve handle. I did make that one a little bit bigger. It's not as small as you might think. But I do think that just the fact that it will be highlighted is going to also give a bit extra feedback. But it's not. You keep talking. Look. You know, the only reason why Raka is actually mad about this valve handle like we all know what the reason for this is, Raka. It's because of your speedrun attempt. This is the reason why he doesn't like it. 1, 2, 3. It was like 3-4 misclicks before he picked that up, so it's like this is why Raka's salty, because he knows that his world record can be beaten because he misclicked on the valve handle. But look, it's not. Look, I know I can probably make it a little bit bigger. It's not too small. This entire thing is the hitbox. And on that one I do allow transparent pixels. So if you click here, you pick up the valve handle. It's not too bad. I should probably make it a little bit bigger. And the feedback is good? Yeah, I think so. Singleton, what if you paused in your actively holding item through the left clickable click item method? Well, how do I... No need for the signature then. But where would I pause that in from? Since the iLeftable click is called from the same object, and that object technically doesn't have no connection to the selected item. Because the only place I actually store the selected item is in the inventory manager. It's an unfair and unjust hitbox that was made specifically to slow me down. Welcome in, Mr. Dre. How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, you know what? For you, Raka. For you, just because I like you, I might look over and see if we can make that hitbox a little bit bigger. Just for you. Tired as hell, haven't had enough coffee yet. Me neither. Cheers. That's cold. Does that surprise anyone? Every stream I drink cold coffee. Yeah, because even the cursor, which might look like it has a reference to it, actually doesn't. All we have is a selected item. We just take the sprite of the selected item and put it here. So that doesn't really give us like a good reference either. And also when we click on something, there's actually, although it seems like there would be an interaction with this like cursor object, it really isn't. Whereas the inventory manager, you have a direct reference to what the current selected item is. But maybe what we could do, at least what we could do, is make sure that we only have one reference to the item and then we pass that along, so that if we make a better system for this, which we're probably going to do, then we can just easily switch that out in one place, just to make sure that I don't go ahead and make like references to the instance in multiple places. So basically, in this item interactable, we would just check once, like on pointed down, we just check once what the selected item is, and then we like save that selected item and pass it along here rather than making new references. At least I suppose that should be the way you should do it anyways, but usually user input, mouse clicking, is handled on the player, not the game object being clicked on, so this is interesting. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I think that might... Because here, like, there isn't really a player per se. I think this is one of those things that becomes a little bit weird when we have a entire game on a canvas. Because, like, my game is a UI game. Like, everything in this game could be considered UI. It's basically like a... This game is like a gamified menu, you know? And if you think about how we usually handle menus, I think that would be the same thing, right? Because even if you're doing a 3D game, in a menu, you wouldn't like the interaction of the menu button would be called from the menu button, right? I assume. I don't know anything about 3D really, but you need a mug warmer. I kinda do. I do have a thermos, I just don't use it enough. I also kinda don't like drinking out of it. It's not as... I don't know. It doesn't give me that cozy feeling in the same way, you know? I don't like Unity's eye pointed down system, so maybe there is in a way other than Singleton. No, there definitely must be another way than using a Singleton. I just don't know about it right now. I think the important thing might be to... Because right now I already have too many instance references here, like, you know, just in this eye pointed down one I checked 4 different instances. Technically this is the same one, but... So, like, this is stuff I want to fix. I just decided to start working on the interfaces. So I think just making it in a way where it's not too difficult to change it later when we know of a better way should be the way to go. Because then, like, here for example, what I think we're gonna do, on pointed down. No, but first we need to make sure that we have... Oh, wait. No. What if we... Because I just realized now that the component that's gonna mention the different things we can do, depending on the item, those kind of have to be individual components on the game object. So that shouldn't be part of the base script. All the base script is gonna do is decide kind of which one is gonna be fired. We will check them. Huh. I'm gonna drop alert for now. Got a ton of get a ton of work done. Good luck and have a great stream. Thank you very much, Mr. Gray. Appreciate the alert and good luck with your work. The way you remove singletons is by dependency injection, essentially. Passing your dependencies through constructors / method parameters. Yeah, I do think probably using parameters more is something I should focus on. I feel like I probably could clean up my code quite a lot with that. Okay. I have to think about this. This works for a... when we only have 2 interactions. This is perfect. We have the success and the failure. What if I do... What if we do a new interface? Yes, I think that's what I want to do. I'm gonna make a new interface called like item clickable. And then in the item interactable, what we're gonna do is we're gonna check selected item. If null, then we're only going to call the I left clickable. Otherwise, if it's not null, then we're gonna look through the I item left clickables to see if the selected item match any of the item dependent interfaces, and then call off those ones. If none of those are true, so I think maybe when this one is called, can we make it maybe return a bool or something to see if it ever worked? And if no interaction was found, then we call the I left clickable, which would be the default methods. Ideally, a script on your player would raycast and check if the raycast hit an interactable. Then you could pass any dependency you want through the interact method. Oh, I see. I don't know how to do that with the I pointed down shenanigans. Yeah, I don't think... I think I could make that work. But I would... It would probably add a lot of work, because that means that I need to start setting up colliders for all the objects in it. Because then I would use it like an... check if the raycast hit a certain collider, right? Or can I mean, I suppose you could make it check what object it hit somehow, since the image does have a raycast. Thank you for lurking, Verity. Much appreciated. It's not worth it? I don't know. I mean, it could be. If we can somehow check on a click what, like, raycast target you hit. Gliders wouldn't allow you to avoid transparent pixels. Yeah, but I wondered, like, since we have this, since we have raycast targets on the images, could I not find what raycast target I just clicked on? I feel like that could be possible. Because then all we could do in that case is just change this from on pointed down to a, like, public interact method. And if your raycast hits the image of this object, that means we have a reference to the object, and then we call the interact method. And it would basically do the same thing, but it would be handled from another place, where we could probably throw in the parameter and stuff as well. Could work. Could be something to look into, for sure. I feel like it in my head, it doesn't sound impossible. That is like doing it without any colliders whatsoever. Like using the raycast targets instead, as the colliders, kind of. I'm not sure though. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe when you're using raycast targets like this, maybe I need on pointed down. I'm not sure. So yeah, the only issue now, I think this kind of thing could work. Singleton for inventory is fine for me, considering the limitation of iPointer. Yeah, I do think I'm definitely not going to remove all of my singletons. Maybe some of them, definitely not all of them. But I do want to decouple them a little bit, because they are very spaghettified right now. And I think that is where events could be useful. But the question is... Oh no! Wait! How we fix this is just that we... If no interaction is found... Yeah, so we check all of these... No, I was thinking if we could just return. No, but that doesn't work. What's up, Captain Coda? How you doing? Welcome in. Let me throw another shout out here to the one, the only, great Captain Coda. Make sure to check him out. Dude, you are... This is impressive. You must be really good at code, and I feel so bad that I don't understand how good you are at coding. I actually thought about this the other day, which is, for me, I'm still such a rookie that for me, every time I look at someone's code, I'm like, yeah, I don't understand a lot of this, and most of this seems very impressive. But then when I go around on Twitch, people talk very highly of you, Captain Coda, and your skills when it comes to programming. And I've heard multiple people give you like compliments as for like being such a good programmer, and I feel sad that I'm still too dumb to understand how good you are. Does that make sense? I've only been programming for about 29 years, yeah, it's a little while. And also, water is tasty, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Well, thanks for sharing that with me. No, it's true, I'm being 100% serious. Not only, like you have a very good reputation. Every stream in this category that I go to, the only things I've ever heard people mention about you is either that you're just a great human being or that you are like incredibly competent when it comes to code. So, I mean, fucking good on ya. I can attest to one of those, but how good you are at code, I think I just don't have the minimal knowledge I need to understand how much further ahead you are. Just allow interactable to only be allowed to reference inventory singleton and pass the item through... Wait, just allow interactable to only be allowed to reference inventory singleton. Oh yeah, that might be good. And pass the item through the clickable click item. Okay, yeah. Because I can still use parameters for what you call it, for those interfaces, right? The thing about Unity is you already have an inventory system called game objects. I suppose. Captain Coda has helped me numerous times, good to see that, yeah. This is what I'm saying, like, everyone speaks very highly of you. Makes me feel great to hear that, I appreciate you sharing that with me. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Limited amount of scripts allowed to call these singletons. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Trying to be more conscious about it now and not like overdo it. What's up, water is tasty, welcome in. I've only been programming for 3 months and I still don't understand programming logic. Yeah, dude, I've been programming inconsistently for like a year and I kind of feel the same. But I think the important thing is to be able to look back, because like if I go back to code I wrote like just 2 months ago, I immediately feel like, oh shit, I made so much progress. So I do think, you will definitely get that, and I feel like the progress is a lot of the time quicker than we might give it credit for. I think that's why it's good to save the old stuff you do, so that you can go back and look at it if you ever feel down about the progress. Which is, if I go down to like my first game now and have a look at it, I'm like, ooh, yeah, this is who wrote this? I would be ashamed if I did it. Raw hours spent programming is one of the best ways to get better. Yeah. Yeah, I think just putting the time in that's very true. Which I think is one of the reasons why I feel like I've made so much progress, like this last month and stuff, because, I've almost been like programming as a full-time job. Okay, I still think I'm going to divide this into two different interfaces, where we have a left clickable interface for the normal on-click interactions, and then an item left clickable, which is a like item dependent interface. Because if it's a normal left clickable, there's no reason why I need a reference to like what item I currently have selected, because it doesn't, normal left clickables don't care about items, because they are, you know, it's just a plain interaction. If you can figure out how to pass all your player data through the iClickable.click play data, then you wouldn't need item clickable and your with specific clickables. Interfaces are supposed to help avoid all need for conditionals. But I mean, that would that not just complicate my normal ones instead? Or I suppose, oh no, because what I would do is just not use that parameter, I suppose. So that in the normal, like this one, where I don't care about it, basically I would have a reference here to... Oh yeah, because you're saying I would have player data, which might give me like everything you might need to have. One way to understand the big picture is to understand how hardware moves numbers, but that information properly contextualized is hard to find now, so reading books about design patterns might help instead. Yeah, I do have my little list of like multiple books I wanna get through that people have recommended me. What do clickables care about? Who clicked them, the player and his data? Do they? Do this lamp care about the player and his data? It just makes a little noise when you click it. This one doesn't really care that much. This is a pretty unconscious lamp. It's just chilling here. It does not discriminate. Whoever clicks on it, it just wants to make a noise. That's all this lamp has ever dreamed about. It's just making a little noise. It doesn't care about the player, or what his data is, or what item you have. It just wants to make a noise. You're getting through books and you think you have ADHD? No, Reka. I'm planning on getting through books. Do you know how many unfinished books I have? I'm saying I'm gonna buy these books with the intent of reading them. Whether I'm gonna get through them, that's a different question. That's a very different question. Yes, it cares if it requires a new light bulb from the player. Yeah, but this one doesn't. It doesn't want a new light bulb. When that lamp becomes self-aware, it is going to remember that. Oh shit, this is gonna be like the start of Skynet, this little lamp. Okay, no, but I think you're onto something. For sure. My biology book is ruined, someone ripped off the front page. I guess you will get through books after you finish Peaky Blinders, yeah, and Mindhunter, and what else? Yeah, there's multiple. I have multiple shows that I have like 2 episodes left on, and I just never ended up finishing it. So I watched like 5 seasons until there was like 3 episodes left, and that's when I went, yeah, I think I'm gonna stop now. Dexter is another one. I think I have like a few episodes left off as well. But now it's been too many years, and I feel like I can't just go back, because I want to remember anything. I have to like start over if I want to rewatch it. Also, how you doing, Spec? Nice to see you, man. So we're saying that the I left clickables should... Oh, but... I'm not sure that's gonna work either, because then... Oh yeah, I suppose that... Oh, but that would make it change... Basically, I would need to add an item to every single interface I have right now to make these item dependent. And then check if the selected item is null, then just... Oh no, if the required item is null, then just do the thing. If it isn't, then check if you have this item. Something like that, maybe. Because the plan... At first, I thought I could do something where like... This is basically my plan. I don't know if this is gonna make sense. All good I got out of my system. I let the man cook. No. You can, if you have ideas here, it's good. I said it before. I talked about this on another stream as well. I feel like streaming development is so good because I get so much more insight into how people think and how people do stuff. I don't think it makes me more productive. That I will say. I do think I'm less productive when I code on stream, because obviously I'm more distracted talking to people and stuff. But overall, I still think that's a net positive because I end up learning more. I rather develop my game a little bit slower and learn twice as much. You know? Just start over and stop at exactly the same episode as before. That's probably what I would do. I'm fine with a regular streamer. Yeah, you know it. You didn't think I would last this long, did ya? Dude, I've been fucking on schedule every day for a pretty long time. You wanna blame us for that? No! Always blaming chat? No. I'm not blaming you guys. I'm saying it's a teamwork. I'm blaming all of us. No, but like I said, I still think it's a good thing. I rather learn more. Blame Unity. Look, this is what I thought I would do. It's not sus. No. I thought we could have one script be like the, the main interactable script. In this case, it would have been like a item interactable. And then what this one would have done is that it first checks if you have a item. If you have an item, it would call the all the specific item clickables. If you don't have an item, then it would only call the normal clickables, meaning that those would kind of revert to being like a default method. And then we could have basically, yeah, this might be weird. Basically the item clickables would be a script that has a reference to multiple normal clickables and a required item. And then we would just have like multiple of these. So like maybe this one checks if you have a hammer selected. This one checks if you have a key selected. And then after that we have like the normal clickable objects. So that when you click it, it checks, do you have the hammer? No, okay. Do you have the key? Yes, okay, then fire off these clickables. Otherwise, do you have this one? No, this one? No. Then do the normal thing and fire all the normal clickables. I don't know if this makes full sense, but that's kind of something along the lines of what I was thinking. I do all the time. Well, I'd believe in you, but I know you for some time. Shut up. Hey, man. Let's not get the new people doubting me here. I promise you guys, I'm always consistent. If anyone wonders, I'm always consistent. That's my strongest characteristic, is that I have always stayed consistent. What happens when you want to add another specific interface? You'll have to add another conditioner, right? You mean like if I would need to add an interface who was conditional of something other than the selected object? Is that what you mean? So maybe if it's one that is conditional in like how many journals you have found. I don't fucking know.
Spectacular one
Just
is
as an
forcing you
example.
to stand up for 10 minutes.
Cheers. Just in that case, yeah, you would be correct. In that case, I would need to add yet another specific interface to handle like the new conditional thing. What do you think is going to push you further, motivation or discipline? Discipline 100%, which is which is bad for me, because I have way more motivation than I have discipline. But I have realized that I don't think that's the best way. Because in the end, motivation runs out, discipline kind of stays, doesn't it? If you actually have it. Because I can be highly motivated. If I'm motivated to do something, I can, I could stay up for 24 hours, code on this game right now, just because I'm motivated. But I do think stream does help me to be more disciplined in some regard, because I feel more, especially now, because I actually kind of, I kind of treat this as a responsibility of mine, where I go like, I don't think of streams as something I can skip, if that makes sense. So when I look at my schedule and go, oh no, shit, wait, I can't do that because I'm streaming on that day. That kind of thing. Addicted to streaming? No, I'm not addicted. I'm just trying to be, what should you call it? Yeah, I suppose be more disciplined about it. Are you a guitarist? I see two guitars in the background. Yeah, hobby guitarist, I'd say. I'm not great. I can play like 2 good songs and then I just play them on repeat because it's fun. But they have been collecting dust for a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. Streaming helps me focus to not get distracted by phones and life. Yeah, that doesn't, yeah, I see what you mean, but then like, what am I distracted by instead? 3 monitors and a chat? Like, it's still, I'm still having, like, screen time, I definitely have. Just furniture, yeah. Research suggests discipline physically runs out if you target it. But some people interpret their motivation to be stubborn as discipline, so... Wait, it physically runs out if you target it? Oh, do you mean like if you focus too much on the discipline, it's like on the disciplinity itself? Interesting. I think what I'm gonna go for is just to force myself to work every single day until I completely burn out, and then start going into therapy and then find a better work-life balance, and then still get too obsessive and burn myself out. I think that's probably what I'm gonna go for. I feel like that's I feel like, it's a productive way of going about it. Yeah, a lot done when you're doing it. Okay. Someone has the same plans as me. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick be right back and just get some more coffee. So I'll see you guys in just a minute. Go get yourself some water, some little snack or something. I'll see you soon. The bad thing is I only have one shot in the shotgun, so I need to shoot, switch weapon. Oh, what the fuck? Oh. Die. Oh, I have no bullets. I have no bullets. Fucking hell, give me bullets. Reload. Fuck. We actually got him. Let's see what is behind the fog gate. The bad thing is I only have one shot in the shotgun, so I need to shoot, switch weapon. Why you be repeating the same clip over and over again? What's going on? I'm coming back with another liter of water. You know, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because, you know, water is tasty. I'm sorry about that one. I don't know why I did that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I need to go and get my coffee because I had to reheat it a little bit as well. Welcome back. That poor moose. I know. It wasn't my proudest moment. We messed up a little bit. First time I heard the moose clip, I thought you were fighting a zombie. Yeah, that one is. I did not think hunting moose could be so chaotic, but I proved that it can definitely be. Oh shit, I actually don't know how to make this work. Because here's the thing, if I use the same one, I still can't use this interactable. Because what this does is that it calls every single I left clickable on the script. But I need it to be conditional in some way. Since it needs to do certain things depending on the item. I mean, I guess I could make every single thing possibly have a way of being, like even play sound on click, this being like having a boolean to check if it's item dependent and then select what item is needed to play this specific sound. Feels like it's gonna be a lot of entering the same information because one interaction might have 5 components and then I'm gonna have to select that each and every component has this required item. What does playing sound need to know if you left click? Because left click is what interacts with it, and it's the interaction that plays the sound. Because later on, like a right click would be to like open up a menu to maybe do something else. If you mean like compared to a right click. Since basically what left click really is an interaction. If you left click, that means you're trying to interact with something. We're gonna have multiple sound scripts for one for left click sound, other for right click sound. No. Because here's the thing that's gonna be a little bit confusing. If I open up the menu, then... No, you know, I might actually handle this with Unity buttons instead, because this is what I'm thinking of the right-click menu being, like stuff like interact, examine, so maybe you can get like info about objects. Like if you're unsure what this is, you could like right-click examine and you get a little, this is a vase, the plant looks dead, or something like that, you know. So here I think I would just use it with Unity buttons and just call the right sound effect. So I won't really need... I mean, I don't even think I'm gonna have an interface for it whatsoever. I'm just gonna check if the player clicks on an interactable object, but with the right mouse button, then we're just gonna show the options for that one. So that one's not really gonna be very... I don't think the right-click options are gonna be super specific in that sense, or complex. When it comes to the sound though, it's more like... Because I need to have multiple ones. Like for this door, it plays a different sound if you have the key, and it also plays a different sound if you don't have the key, because it's, you know, it's item dependent. So if you have the key, it should play like an unlocked sound and the door swing open sound. If you don't have a key, it should play the door yanking sound. So I'm gonna need to have multiple of these, but somehow have a way to check whether, like which one of them you want to call, depending on the item you have selected. That's why I thought about making a new type of interface that has a reference to a required item and multiple of these I left clickables, and say like, if this item is what you have, then call these clickables. And then another one, if you have this item, call these clickables. And then if you have none of them, then you call the normal clickables on the game object. That would, for the door for example, be the door yank. Whereas like maybe if you have the hammer, you smash the window. If you have the key, you unlock it, and so on. So basically, we would have the normal clickables that are like the default interaction. And then the hammer would call a specific like item dependent interaction with references to multiple of these that you only call if you have that one. Because there's no need to make every single interaction be a new type. We just need to make sure to only call them if the condition is true. Like if you have the hammer, then call these. Okay, I'm just gonna grab my coffee. 1 second. Does the door have multiple different sound scripts? No. I mean, right now, we don't have item specific stuff working, so right now it only has one. But the plan would be to have the same sound scripts, just that you don't always call all of them, because it needs to be depending on the item you have. So I'm still trying to not like go ham making two specific things. I still want to try with the like reusing these the normal clickable items, so I don't have to recode every single interaction to have like an item dependent counterpart, because that seems unnecessary. We would just want to have like one, I suppose. Yeah, we would have one check beforehand that like groups together certain of these normal left clickables, and depending on the item, you like call those like clumps of clickables. I don't know. Try the item clickable way. I think what we should do first is try the code I got from Atrium, because I just want to see how this would end up looking. So let's remove all of this. Whoops, I think I removed one too much. Just this is a script that Atrium showed me, which could work to have it be... This is like how we had it before, when an item-dependent object only had one interaction, meaning that there was either a success or a failure. That's it. But now, I think I want to try and do it in a way where basically we have multiple success, if you have more interactions than one, and then the failure is just going to be like the default state. So if we try this one, let's see, private is not valid. I wonder why. Okay, this is just for testing purposes. Let's make this public. No. Okay, wait. Oh yeah, because I changed some stuff before I sent this, so this should be I left clickable. I left clickable. I left clickable. I left clickable. And then namespace cannot directly contain members such as fields or methods. There should be a find and replace function. What's that? 9, 10, 12, 13. Okay, so it's these lines. I don't know exactly what this does. Oh, you mean, oh, I see. Oh, okay, now I understand. Now, yeah. So I could find and replace all, kind of like the control RR, but that's something you use for something you already found. Okay, I see what you mean. Ooh, that could definitely be useful as well. Yeah, just then like find all. I mean, to be fair though, here could I not have just done this? Cannot rename this element. Okay. Oh, I wonder if that's because it has a... Yeah, just it has like an error to it, because now I can rename it. Okay. I think I've noticed that before as well. Namespace can directly contain members, such as fields or methods. I don't know Visual Studio anymore, unfortunately. No worries. I'll see if I can find that later, though. It seems like it could be useful. Okay, so I think the issue might be with what we're trying to fill this up with. Right. Which is this... I mean, this I don't know. I don't know exactly what this does. So this is some casting thing, right? To like cast it into an I left clickable. Wait, can I just do this? What happens then? No. Select to array. Whoops. Imagine only allowing one stand-up redeem per person, you coward. Wait, what? That's not true. Wait, can you only do one per stream? Oh. Whoops. That's not intentional, if that is the case. Hey, still fam, you have like a 1 hour cooldown on yours. I have like 20 minutes. Yeah, dude, mine's still better. I'm saying it. Chat, don't you know standing is bad for your health? It will make your leg blood soft. Bro, it doesn't matter what your cooldown is if no one can redeem it. Yeah, well, if your cooldown is long enough, no one also can redeem it. Yeah, the Unity object, which is, it doesn't, allows you to drag drop anything into that field. Your way is better for now, since your interactable is on the same game object as iClickables. Yeah, but this is the weird thing, because the way I was going to do it, I still kind of want. It would be nice if I could have like an.
Meowletry is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Meowletry, I thought we were getting all like friendly here. Now you're falling for Red Ruckus propaganda. What is happening? What is happening? So close, so close. Oh. Red Ruckus, you're turning my chat against me. What is happening? I keep my desk in standing mode from after coffee until lunch. That's pretty decent. You're a goddamn savior, thank you for your service. That's funny. Yeah, that's good. I do think I probably should stand more than I do. I don't mind standing, to be honest. It's fine. Sometimes it's interesting though. Sometimes I feel like I need the extra blood in my brain though. So when I'm doing something really complex, I sometimes feel like I just need to sit down to think, you know? But most of the time it's kind of fine. I should stand more, especially since, you know, I probably don't do it enough now when I kinda do this shit full time. So why not? I need to get on that fucking channel point reward for like hydration as well, because I'm definitely not. Yeah, I feel like having those channel points for where you guys can care for my safety like health concerns is probably a good thing. What's up, Hillfoot James? How you doing, man? Let me give a big old shout out here to Hillfoot James, who is also developing here on Twitch, and his game looks fucking amazing, dude. Let me show this off. The art in your game is so impressive. You're next up in 20 minutes for the redeem. Oh shit, that means I have to... I need to make sure to really time and sit down as soon as I can. Because otherwise I'm gonna be standing forever here. I find that when I sit too much I feel more lethargic, so I try to stand up at least some part every hour to keep my brain working right. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. Only issue with standing is I feel less productive. Yeah, maybe. My bad sitting makes your brain stand up. Oh, that's good. Look at this, look at this. And this is like the prototype. How have I not wishlist this? I'm sorry, man. Here, people, go check out the game. Like, this is like 2.5D with like pixel art. It looks so fucking sick, dude. I'm so jealous of this. Like, look at that. Amazing. Very impressive. Art evolves for millions of years to stand up. Office folds plan in half. I feel that most of the time I end up getting in some push-ups or walking around my apartment. I do walk to my coffee machine every now and then. So I mean I do get in some exercise. Let's be honest here. It's not like I only sit here all day coding. I do like at least 2 runs back and forth to my coffee machine, which I mean I feel like that's pretty, you know. We have to make him stand as much as possible. Are you on some vengeance path now from yesterday's spin the wheel on your channel? Is that what's going on here? But straight wheel wishlist, you should. It looks really sick. I'm just glad people are digging the visuals so far, but thanks mate, it means a lot. No, dude, it is really impressive. Like the first time I happened to hop into your stream, I was already like highly impressed. The visuals is sick. Like, that's the thing, you're an actual artist. Like, I'm just playing around, messing around, hoping that it looks a bit okay. I feel like I got something going, but like, I don't consider myself to be an artist. Like, you're an actual artist. Like, you know, there's levels to this shit, you know? A nice physical reset is better for me than standing and working. Managing Linux servers for a day job and gaming as a hobby, I was sitting so much my doctor thought it might kill me. Holy shit, yeah. No, but I do say it because I used to have a relatively like physical job before. So I've gone from moving quite a lot to coding 12 hours a day, kind of. I think this style is working well, you should be proud of it. No, I actually am. I am proud of it. I do think it's working well. I still think it's fair to see that there's levels to it. Because here's the thing, the reason this style is working so well for me, because it's minimalistic and it's enough for me to make it look good enough. Whereas like, if I tried making something that looks even remotely to what you got going here, like I just couldn't make something like this. Like the whole scene it's so sick, dude. It's so sick. Like it shows that you actually know what you're doing, you know? Which I'm like brute forcing this. Like I'm just brute forcing different stuff and hoping that it works, and most of the time I kinda get it to a good point. But like, this is not pure brute forcing, this is like, it shows that you know what you're doing. Ever since sitting low since COVID, my health has tanked. I do think I'm actually happy I got a standing desk. I am. I probably don't use it enough, but I think it's worth it. Sit stand desk was the best investment I ever made in my work from home environment. Yeah. Chirp, you're a pixel artist. Is insane in my opinion. You're a master at minimalism. No, I think I've gotten a lot better at pixel art. I can show you I probably showed some of you this before. I can show you like my earliest stuff. The first time I did pixel art was for my massive RPG game that I wanted to make. So this is the first pixel art I ever did. Which I like. I don't think this is bad. It's not like horrible. Like this, I should have been somewhat satisfied with this for a game. But I don't know. I still think there's levels to it. Just there's some like, I don't know. There's some like inconsistencies and stuff. I'm not sure I really like. Don't know if I like this too much. I don't know. Maybe I'm beating myself down a bit too much. But yeah, this was my first massively stroked project. Okay, I even have a little animation. It looks like shite because I have no idea how to actually animate flame, but yeah, I mean, I was pretty satisfied with this as well, to be honest. I still just think it has levels to it, you know. I think about my coding the same way you feel about your art. No. Let's not get this twisted. My coding is also shit. I'm new to all of this. Like, you know, I don't know what I'm doing when I'm coding either. I'm brute forcing code as well. It kind of works, to be fair. If it works, you know, that sort of thing. But by no means I am a like actual coder either. I'm just a layman trying my best across all of these different branches of game development. In reality, I have no clue what I'm doing. But I'm here to learn, so I'm here for it. Art is where I never got into game dev and stuck to software. I see. Yeah, I feel like... I mean, I was happy I started doing pixel art, because I do feel like I did get to the point where I kind of understand pixel art a little bit more. I think the main thing that I struggle with when it comes to art is just lighting, because lighting is really what makes stuff look so good. I think that is like one of the reasons, you know, why this looks so incredibly good. Is because you understand lighting, you know? Whereas, like, I struggle a lot with lighting, and I know that getting the light to look right like ups the quality of the art so much. And that's why I feel like, you know, I went for this style, because I don't really have to worry about shading and light and stuff like that. This isn't bad at all, man. Well, thank you, man. Thank you. Make text adventures, oh yeah. But those seem like, oh, the trees of like possibilities seems like it could go so crazy so quickly if you want to have like a quite open one, I suppose. Oh, I have actually? Wait. When is the release of Red Rocket's text adventure? I want to see this. I'll stick to playing the games you guys make instead, less effort. You got great art skills, Chappie. Thank you, man. I do appreciate it. My friend taught me into learning to make art. He is learning coding since I don't know shit about either. I am starting courses there. Oh, look at that. I was gonna go outside today, so it started raining, so I can stay in. That's the best excuse to stay in ever. Bad weather. Kinda... You know what? Bad weather is kind of goated. Do you remember when you were like a kid? It was the only time you could, with like a good conscience, stay inside all day and play. I loved when it was shitty weather outside when I was a kid. Yeah, I see you as an artist that codes Sharpie. Okay, but yeah, but that is like... But here's the thing, I got you now. You, Redraka, who is like an actual software engineer, you see me as an artist that codes. You think my art looks good, but you see my mistakes in code. And then, Hilfort, who is an actual artist, he tells me that he probably feels the same way about his code that I do about the art. So, kind of insinuating that Hilfort probably assumed that I'm more of a coder who also does art. So in reality, what this means is that I'm neither. You know? I'm not an artist and I'm not a coder, I just do both. You know? That's kind of what I mean here. There's a difference to it. It's just that, like, if you have, you know, if you're... Yeah, I don't know what I'm trying to say with this, to be honest. I'm just chatting shit. Also, I have to sit. Almost forgot that one. Just takes practice, honestly, man. Look at Stargy, that dude was just a programmer, he just practiced a lot. That's true, very true. And I do think I've gotten better. Like, and I'm definitely more, like, efficient when it comes to making my assets and stuff. But yeah, I know this probably sounds like I'm shitting a bit too much on myself. I don't know, I feel pretty happy with where I'm at right now. I feel like, I think I've said this before, the main thing for me is making sure that I'm making progress. Like, I don't care about not feeling like up to par or being as good as I perhaps want to be in something. Like, I don't really care for that. As long as I feel like I'm not stagnant, as long as I feel like I am, no pun intended, like continuously developing my skills, then, you know, I feel good about it. And I do feel that way. I feel like I continuously get better as both an game designer, artist, and coder, and that's my main goal. As long as I get better, I'm happy. So don't take it the wrong way. Like, I don't actually, like, it's not like I feel bad about it, but I still, you know, I'm still highly impressed when I see people do shit like Hilford games. Like, you know, it just looks fucking sick, dude. Like, it's so impressive. Then you have me, who thinks your code looks great and your art looks great. Your code, Redraka? I mean, yeah, he's an actual software engineer. He actually knows what he's doing. I'd prefer to be in the middle on everything. You'll be able to make games that are finished as a dev instead of making stuff that looks pretty / code that's perfect. No, yeah, I do agree to that. I quite like the, like, multifaceted approach to game development. Because it also gives, you know, as a person, I am a little bit all over the place, and that kind of suits well, I feel like, for, you know, me jumping between, like, coding, making art, making designs, designing the game itself. Yeah. I quite like the variety in it. And it also gives me so much to learn, which I really like as well. Like, that actually motivates me, because I don't feel like I ever get stuck not learning, because, you know, as soon as I feel like I'm getting good at programming, I learn about this new thing, and I'm like, oh, I don't know anything. Awesome! Now I can continue learning. Fail fast, chirpy, fail fast. Yeah, exactly. Sound design art when, music composer art when. Yeah, that's the only thing I don't do. Shout out to Lind, who did all of the music and sound effects for Shroud of Gloom. You can check out his YouTube channel there. I can't even write your interactable code in Unity 6 because I-pointer stuff is deprecated. Oh, it is? Oh, whoops. Your mic is cutting out a little, not sure if it's just me. Wait, cutting out as in like temporary mutes? Is that what you mean? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. It does. Now when I'm thinking about it, it does look good on my OBS. I didn't notice any issues, but I guess I'm not fully focused. Red Raka, are you? No, I was gonna say, are you watching me while working? But you're not, because you're on like a little bit of a vacation, aren't you? So never mind. Might sounds good. Okay. Just me then, my PC has taken a hit recently? Oh no. I mean, I have issues with my PC as well. Bruv, I'm laying in bed, I'm exhausted. Yeah, Red Rocket did stream like 10 hours yesterday. Fighting the same boss in Dark Souls for like 7 of them. So, you know, that's actually fair. That's actually fair. Okay, I don't know if this works. Hmm? Where then? Why would this not work? Namespace cannot directly contain members such as fields or methods. What? I'm so confused. Chub's PC took a hit on day 1. Rest in peace memory. Yeah. Indeed. Do you wanna... Should we have a look? 88% of 32 gigabytes.
Verity _ is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
No, Verity, don't fall for this. Verity. We were friends. We were all, dude, we were all, it was going so good here. We were all friendly, we were having a nice time. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Switch to Chrome, that fixed it. Oh, sweet, sweet. I don't know why I'm getting errors from this. This looks fine to me. Is this... I'm not sure because I haven't used this before. But why is this giving me errors? Oh, is it because... Wait, can I not make an array of left of interfaces? No, I can't because we have an array here, right? Yeah. So why is that one working? But not this one? The error is a namespace cannot directly contain members such as fields or methods. Which I thought was because of maybe some stuff here, but I commented all of that out. Like this looks the same as this. No? Oh wait, I don't have a class. Wait. Wait. Okay, let's do this, let's start this over. I haven't defined the class. That's the issue. That was pretty easy. Oh wait, let's just do this. Let's steal the interactable. That actually made sense. Let's make this item. Yeah, exactly. Item interactable. It's okay, you're only 1 year into coding. Ah, come on, man. don't do this. Hey, how many years into coding are you, Raka? And you still didn't see that I was missing your class. I'm messing. Okay, let's keep this for now. What would we need to make this work? We need those, but then more importantly, we need to have a reference to an item, which is going to be the required item for this interaction. Should I make this derive from interactable instead? And then just... No, I don't want to. And I don't care if you think I should do. I don't want to. I'm gonna do it this way. Because I am a rebellious teenager in my soul. So I'm gonna do what I want to. Let's see, that should be fine. This we have to change a little bit, but we do need... Let's see, we have an array of the clickables. That is fine. What I want is... Should we see if we can make it work with this thing that I don't understand? Which means we should also use this thing. Clickables equals no. We remove this. We are not going to use the get component, because then we're going to take all of them. If anyone's wondering, what we're trying to do here is make item dependent clickable objects. Because most of these work as they should right now, but clicking on the door should be what I call item dependent. Like you need a key to be able to do the interaction. But the plan is to not only make like one-to-one item dependent objects, we want to make flexible ones so that I can get a bunch of scope creep and make one object have multiple interactions with different objects. So that maybe using a hammer on the door does something different than using a screwdriver on the door and so on. Because we are currently in the scope creep part of the development here. Unity engine.object is the base class of all objects in Unity, monobehavior scriptable text file, everything inherits from it. Yeah, and that is the reason, right, why normally you would not be able to have a reference to like an interface in the like inspector, right? But if this could be a way of getting around it, where I could make like a reference to the component. If I'm not mistaken. They are all serializable, interface types are not. Yeah. But I think I could reference a component that has an interface. So that's why this could be like a little loophole to get around not being able to serialize interfaces. Okay, wait, let's try this first. Object does not contain a definition for select. Okay, I think that is because I'm missing a namespace. We need to be using... what is it called? Link Q? Link? Link? Or link Q? Could not be found. What system is... what's the namespace for this? Okay, it's pronounced link. Oh, system.link. Oh, sorry. System.link. Clickable success does not exist. Okay, that's good. That's good. That means we're on the right way, because clickable success should actually be... no. That should be clickables. And to click success... Is that a fun... that's a method he's declaring, right? So obviously we're using a bit of a script here that I got the... that I got Atrium to help me with. He gave me an idea of like how we could handle this. And now I'm just trying to see if I can modify it. That's the reason why I don't really understand everything here, because I did not write it. I'm using Atrium as my own personal ChatGPT at the moment. And this needs to be left clickable. Oh, it works. Okay, so wait. To click success... oh no, this is the name of the array. Yeah, okay. What does this do? I don't know what this is. Why not just declare the name? What does the squiggly bracket thingies actually do? What's the difference between having this and having this? Empty array, I guess. Oh, it's basically just like it's avoiding null. Ah, I see. Yeah, so rather than saying that we just declare this as something that might exist, like we're saying that this is an empty array and then we fill it. Yeah, to avoid a like null reference. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so that seems to work. Let me see how this would look. Let's take like the... what should we take? Well, we only have the trapdoor key here. So let's go to trapdoor under rug, trapdoor closed. You should not be an item dependent clickable object. Instead, you should have the item interactable. Now we have a required item, and here we have some list called to click success. I think I want to change the name on this. Thank you, Verity. You are absolutely right. Did you actually time that yourself? It's unnecessary because you make a new array below anyway. You mean here? You mean that since I still fill it up here, this theoretically doesn't actually do anything? To click success. Let's call this... This is like if you have the item. So... Monochroma, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. I have the timestamps on. Oh, I see. Monochroma is a really good name, since... Am I not kind of doing a monochrome game? Very appropriate. Welcome in. Sorry, I misspoke. It's unnecessary because it's created by serialized field attribute anyway. Oh, so because of this attribute, it would still make this into like an empty array. Like it can't actually be null in that way. Okay. How do we name this? This is if you have the item. This is also something I'm trying to get better at, which I find incredibly difficult. Naming stuff. But more and more recently, I've realized the massive advantage to actually naming stuff in a clear and good way. But it's difficult. So this is the list of the left clickable interfaces we want to call if you have the correct item. So like unsuccessful interaction, maybe. I think, how does this differ? I'm also not afraid of being very specific. Yeah, I think being very specific is probably good. I think I've started getting like more and more specific with my naming conventions, which I think is good. Because it's annoying when you look back at code and you feel a little bit uncertain about what a variable actually is. So I rather go a bit too far with the specificity. Is that a word? I think it is. For an array, you should call it an array, not list. List is different, both are... Oh, did I say list? Yeah, absolutely, you are correct. Both are collections. Okay, yeah. Yeah, a list is just a more dynamic collection, isn't it? But for something that's not going to change, arrays tend to be more optimal, right? I think that's kind of the understanding I have of the difference between a list and an array. I usually use lists when I code stuff myself, but I think I'm gonna start... I think as long as I'm not gonna do changes to it during runtime, which I'm not gonna do here, I think it makes more sense having it be an array. When collections, you would name them as plural nouns. So this would maybe be something like interactions on success instead. That might make more sense. Yeah. On prefix conveys to me that it's some sort of event. When you say event, do you mean specifically like a C# event, or more like, generally speaking, a event of something happening? Or are you referring to C# and Unity events? Link has a bunch of features to access members, whereas arrays can only be accessed through the number, or cycling through them to check them. Oh yeah, the number as in the index of where they are in the array. But then link has a bunch of features to access members. Okay, so the reason I use link here then is because I want to select, and I suppose because I don't need link to make an array, but I suppose this specific function is part of the link namespace. I don't know exactly what this does, but I didn't code this myself. I think I understand. Yeah, the index. No. I mean, it's basically the same thing. Remember, I'm a layman, so event/delegate is more on something happened. Okay, so then this, maybe a better naming convention here would be successful interactions. What do you guys think about the background music? Is it too low for you guys, or do you like this volume? I think this is the volume I usually kind of go for. Okay, now it stopped just because I started talking about it. Lists and dictionaries get wild though. You can make an array of lists, etc. Oh yeah, that is so... That's a little bit mind-boggling, isn't it? So wait, could you, theoretically speaking here, could you make an array of lists of arrays? Like, could you... I suppose you could. Just keep going. And then, like, have an array of lists of arrays of lists. Oh my... yeah. You could go pretty mad with it, couldn't you? 2D arrays. Oh yeah, you can do that stuff as well, like actually having like multiple dimensions to the arrays. Yeah, this is getting over my head now. Slow enough to not be distracting, I guess. Okay, music is fine, good volume, nice. When things start to get wild though, you need to start reflecting on the structure of your own code. Yeah, just I suppose if it gets too wild, there might be an argument that you might have been able to structure it in a better way. Is that kind of what you're referring to, Raka? Unless you're an artist that doesn't know what they're doing, but it's kind of working. Yeah, I know what you mean, I know what you mean. Wait, clickable objects to clickables. If you name it this way in the inspector, you know to only drag and drop objects with a clickable script on it. Oh, but the script is actually a... Oh no, wait, no, it is, yeah, you are absolutely correct. It's clickables, because I thought it would be multiple interactions, but that's not true, because this is just a base script. So you are absolutely correct, because these are not interactions, it's not stuff that derives from interactable. This is technically clickables. So I suppose this should actually say successful clickables. I don't know if maybe I should have named this like interactable, but that's the base name, so that's weird. Whoops. If Undertale can work, anything can work so far. Yeah, very true. Dude, we need to try Undertale. I think I need to set a date, because I keep saying that I'm soon going to play Undertale, but then I'm so motivated to code, because I'm actually enjoying myself quite a lot. So I end up just doing this all the time. But we want to sprinkle in a little bit of variety every now and then, you know what I mean? Also, Hilfert, if I may ask, where are you from originally? Because you live in America now, right? But you're from the UK, if I'm not mistaken. Should it be x as I left clickable or x.get component? No, wait. Successful clickables.select. X as I left clickable. I'm not entirely sure yet. Yeah, Chappie, of course you can make multi-dimensional arrays and all sorts, but you need to question how you got to that point. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, because there's probably a simpler way of doing it, and if I'm not mistaken, I think that a lot of the time having like simple readable code might actually be better than having like very impressive complex code, right? Because you also want people to understand like what you've written. It shouldn't be having like one line that does like incredibly complex stuff. Might look impressive, but as far as I know, it's not like the best convention. If you can make it in a more simple, understandable way, that tends to be preferred, if I'm not mistaken. I add all my code to an array of strings and sequentially copy them to currently running code variable. It's no Undertale, but it runs. From the UK, yeah, I lived in Japan, US and Canada, so my accent is screwed. I go home and people ask where I'm from. Oh shit. If you don't mind, where in the UK are you from? If you mind, that's completely fine. I'm just curious. Okay, wait, I think we're just gonna try this and see how it works. Because now this is... Okay, so how would this work? Like, if I add, like, play sound on click, is this how I would do it? And then I would drop this here. Yeah? Okay, I think this is gonna work. It's, for these, if there are multiple interactions, the inspector is gonna be messy. But I think it should work. Because I can't delete this one now, can I? No. And I can't... No, because it needs to be an actual... Or can I, like, play sound... Play sound... Can I just add the script here? No, because then I can't select the sound, so that doesn't work. Okay, so I need the component, and then we reference the component. Okay, but it seems to work. I think this could... I mean, we have to try it. So what we would do is that if the input is a left click, how do we handle the default ones though? Wait, I know what I should do. I should make lists of lists and have multiple successful clickable lists. And then, if none of those have the correct item... No. What if I make my own script and I can put multiple ones in here? And then I would just have the default ones and I can enter them as well. Born in Everton, Liverpool. Oh! Grew up in Cheshire. Is that how you say that? Yorkshire and Cornwall. Went to uni in Norwich. Oh, interesting. So, but yeah, you don't have the Liverpool...
gamedev thinks you're very good at being bad.
Cheers, how you doing, gamedev? Welcome in. Liverpool. So you're... Wait, you're a Scouser? Scousers don't get knocked out. That's the only thing I ever think about when I hear someone being a Scouser. My accent was screwed before I went to Japan. Okay, yeah. Simple code is always better. What we're doing in games in 2024, it would be pretty hard to slow the engine down unless you had 100 find objects in updates or something. Yeah. I'm from the south and I struggle to understand Northerners sometimes. Playing Counter-Strike. Sweet. Dude, I haven't played Counter-Strike in ages. Someone redeemed stand-up, he's been sitting too long, not good for him. Like Cheshire. Okay. Molly up, Scouser born and bred. Nice. Look. So when did you lose the Scouser K? How long ago? Because I assume then you did have that. Because that's like the most interesting thing about the Scouser accent, I feel like. The look. Scousers don't get knocked out. I can't actually do it, obviously I'm just doing a poor imitation of it, but... Is that a 2D or 3D scene? It is 2D. If you're born in Everton, it's law to support Everton. I mean, my accent has changed a lot. I still have a bit of a scuffed accent, but it's changed a lot in the recent years. Like, you can notice it when I go in my when I go like be right back and my like old clip starts playing and I have like more of an Americanized Swinglish accent, and now I have more of a, I suppose, more of a English Swinglish accent. But I don't know, sometimes I still mess it up a little bit, but I've gone way more British in like the past 2 years, which made sense, of course. My girlfriend is British, so that kind of changed how I spoke quite a lot. I lost the chair at about 12 or something. Oh shit. I moved from a kind of German accent to an Australian accent. Interesting. I like the Australian accent as well. But it's just annoying because I can't do my fake Australian accent without cursing so much. That's the only way I can try and do an Australian accent. I feel like I go a little bit too non-family friendly for Twitch when I do it. Whereas the Punjabi accent, I know a little bit. I know the most important thing, which is like saying Menu Punjabi nahi bolni andi. That's why I tend to say the most. I did know a little bit of Hindi before as well, but I think I've forgotten most of it. But yeah, most of the time I just say, you know, I just swear in Punjabi and stuff, and I go, Menu Punjabi nahi bolni andi, beefproof. I can say some stuff that's even worse, but let's try and keep it a little bit family friendly here. It's gibberish to me. But you did understand a little bit of Hindi, you said, right? And Urdu, if I'm not mistaken. Mostly because I started watching Bluey. What is he? Hindi bolta hai, I think? Something like that. That's the only thing no, I also know some. For some reason, I always end up knowing a bunch of like swear words and shit. But I feel like, yeah, you know, it's sad when, can you do it Canadian accent? No. I don't think I could without being like overly stereotypical. Just the only thing I know is like the whole, you know, that boot thing. But I don't think I could. Really. I feel like sometimes my... Oh yeah, yeah. I feel like my Australian can be decent enough sometimes, if I'm allowed to curse a little bit. Just I feel like the differences there are clear enough. Where, you know, with the like water, rather than water, or water. You go like in between and just go with water, and a little bit more nasally. Other than Hindi, which is basically the same language, yeah. Now they are quite similar, innit? I mean, I feel like that's the thing about India. There's so many languages, and I mean not only India, just they also speak obviously Punjabi and Urdu and Hindi in Pakistan as well, right? So yeah, I don't know if I said that before, but because I know I said that my girlfriend is, you know, she's British Punjabi, but she's British Indian Punjabi. Just then you also have the like Pakistani Punjabis, right? I promise with words that have a word spelled the same in Polish. For example, no, my brain just switches to Polish for no reason. Wait, is not Polish the one where that's super unintuitive? Just isn't... No, wait. Polish for yes, that's tak, right? Yeah, that's the thing. It's so annoying for me because in Polish you say something along the lines of like tak for yes, But I think you spell it with one K, is it? Whereas, yeah, exactly. Whereas TACK, pronounced touch, is thank you in Swedish. So that's a little bit, that kind of messes with my brain a little bit when I was in Poland and you hear all these people going around saying touch, and I'm like, oh, you're welcome. India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, it's whatever, man, all brothers and sisters to me. Yeah, I suppose it's a little bit like the Scandinavian peninsula, Like, I cannot see, Norway and Denmark, Sweden, it's all kind of the same shit. Very polite region, yeah, exactly. Everyone just keeps thanking me all the time. Yeah, Scandinavia is a good comparison. Yeah, I think it makes sense. But were you born in the UAE? Or were you born in Pakistan? Okay, what do we need to do here? On left input, we need to check if you have the items. So, for now, let's do another little singleton reference here. This is just for testing purposes, it's fine. If the selected item is equal to the required item, then... Or should we do this in the interact? Yeah, I think we should. I think here we could actually keep this the same. We did this, so all we do when you click left click, we just say try interacting. We can't deselect the item first. We need to make sure to always start off by checking if the selected item is the same as the required item. If that is the case, then for each clickable in clickables, that should be right, call the click function, and then if you're supposed to deselect the item, deselect it. Now, here, if you use an item, you should always deselect it. There's no time when we would not want to deselect the item, right? Let's keep the check. I think that is set to true from the start anyway, so it's kind of fine. Now we can remove this. I see. Selected item is a variable or whatever, so you should not be capitalized. Born in Pakistan, grew up in the UAE. Okay, gotcha. For Overwatch, I just pressed a few random buttons for my username and somebody told me it means poop in the language. Pretty funny. Yeah. I had that the other day. And here as well. Someone followed me on Twitch and I hesitated to say the name because it means a not super family friendly word in Swedish. So I just said thank you for the follow. Which I'm still thankful for the follow, just to be clear, if you're here. See what you think. Shapesparty.chirpy. I like that name. Left click, player data, play data. Public class interactable. You start the cache dependency, but your singletons will not be initialized in this instance await. Declare all dependencies at the top of your class. Okay. So then play data will be equal to evil play singleton.instance.play data u. Okay, looking good so far. On pointed down, if is left click. I don't know how to check for left click. Yeah. Then okay. And then for each you do this and pass in this one. Yeah, just then those don't need to reference the instance. And then in this one, if key is not equal to null, open the door. Okay, I see what you mean here. I do think it's better to do what we did before and get the components in the wait function, which is now we would get components every single time you click it, right? But this would probably work. Just then there's only one place where we check a singleton. And maybe in the player data we should even have like whether the light is on or off, whatever. Going to head off and get through some work. Have a great rest of your stream, sir. Catch you again soon. Thank you very much for dropping by, Hilfert. Nice to see you here, man. And good luck with your work. Bool selected, bool unselected, bool deselected, bool reselected, bool targeted. One thing I think is funny is I made a system where you talk to NPCs about items and I added an item variable called is unmentionable. Interesting. That's kind of funny. I do like this. It does mean that I have to make all of my left clickables have a like bool to select whether they should be item dependent, because it's not only the door class, it would also be the playing the sound class, switching object class, because that should only happen if this is all true. That's the only thing I might prefer with this system, is that I don't have to change my interactables or my clickables in any way, because they will only be called if you have the item. But I suppose, wait, interactable, we should still use this. Yeah, no, we still use this, but maybe we make the, wait. Off to a meeting. Have fun on the meeting, meow. Thank you for dropping by. See ya later. I'm not saying use this code, but this is my attempt at parsing dependencies through the interface method. That is to get you thinking about parsing via interface. Yeah. No, and this makes sense. I think we can use this type of way. Oh, but if we can't only get it at start, since the player data can change, right? So we would need to like update the player data on pointed down before trying to interact in that case, I think. Wait, let me save this. Boom. What's up, Granger devs? How you doing? How goes the Devon? It's going good. It's going good. Lines 10 to 13, not needed. Yeah, trying to solve these like item dependent interactable objects. Very long names here. Well, to be fair, I just call them item interactable. Don't need to cache play data. Oh, okay. Wait, let me see if we can get this to work first. Just now this just checks if we have the required item, and if so, we call all the clickables in here. Because then we still need to change this somehow, because we need a way to fall back on like a default one. So I wonder if we should have multiple references here, as well as a reference to the default clickables, and like go through these. If none of them match with the item we have selected, then we call the default one. Maybe. How you doing, Ranger Devs? How is this Wednesday treating ya? Let's try just adding place sound on click, and let's yeah, sure, let's just use the generic knock, and that would be the trapdoor. So this should mean that if I don't have the key, this should not be called, and all we should do is deselect the item. No sound effect should play or anything. If I use the key, we should get a sound effect as well. As long as we have this required item set to the trapdoor key. Let's see if this works. Is the rug interactable at the moment? I think it is. So as some of you might know, the game is a little bit broken right now since we're doing refactoring. So this shouldn't do anything, which it doesn't. However, if I pick up the key, we do get the sound effect. So that seems to work. I mean, the thing I'm thinking about is, I don't know if this is too crazy. Theoretically, I could make an array of arrays and have these successful clickables. Or maybe make my own item that has my own script that has an array, a required item. And rather than doing Unity engine.objects, we can just use our custom script and make an array of those. And then we also have one other one, the same one that's just called the default one, not part of the array. Then if you have an item selected, you can loop through all of them and check if it's if the item matches to any of them. If that's the case, then unlock whatever one you need to unlock, or whatever it might be. And then if not, then you revert to the default one. Who defines required item? Yeah, it's the required item is here in the base script. Because that's why I feel like I think it might be a good idea to have another base script for this one. Because if I use interactable, all my non-item dependent ones are also going to have like required items and do all these like looping for really no reason, I suppose. I don't know, like I said, I think what we might do is try to get a system working, and then we can see if we can iterate on it and see how we could improve it. I'm still not entirely sure how I want to do this, but I think this kind of thing could work, because this is working now. Now we have an array of these like left clickables that only get called if you have the specific item. So what I think I want is to have, rather than, because I can't make more item interactables. I mean, technically I could, but that's unnecessary because we have all of these. So what I'm thinking I could do, tell me if this is mad, still getting back into the work swing. Amazing how being off for a week and a half is so stress-free, I can imagine. I'm thinking this. we should have like a... Wait, what should I call this? Like, rather than making a list of successful clickables only, we make a list of a specific script, and we look through those scripts, and those have the required item, just then we can make multiple of them. Consider sharing your code in Discord and we can give you feedback. Yeah, for sure. For sure. If anyone else wants to join Discord while we're mentioning it, then you have a link there. Feel free to join. There is even a way where you can send... Yeah, just that's what Atrium did. Like, this is an actual, like, code block, right? Oh, is it this one? Oh, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I do have a channel for, like, technical help in the game dev one. So maybe using that a little bit for, like, feedback on their code and stuff could be quite valuable. Just share the files unless Discord has limitations. Yeah, that works too. The only limitation I know of is that it's very... You can't post more than like 1 megabyte or something, or 10 maybe. It's low, that's all I know. But I mean, a script is never gonna reach that. So it should be fine. Hashtag join. Thank you for joining, Phil. Much appreciated. Prosto Chaitolo, welcome in. How you doing? The Discord is kind of popping off. We have gotten quite a lot of new members recently. Yet alive, and you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Making some progress here. Not fast progress, but we're making progress. Like I said before, I don't really care about being too quick. Because I like discussing these ideas because it helps me learn more and more, you know. Okay, I just want to try this. I'm gonna try this though. What should I call this? This should be like... Let's see, we have an item interactable base script. Maybe just call it item interactions. So we have a script called item interactions. This is kind of what I'm thinking. And instead what we could do is have this one serialize a field called a private item, which is the required item. And then we could move this one over here as well. What does this code actually do? Oh, it just makes them into left clickable. But like, theoretically, I don't need this, do I? Because I could just use get component. It might not be as good because we would do it more times. Because I'm thinking if I could just make this into a like system serializable and remove the mono behavior. Wait, do I need that? I suppose these would also be moved here. As keyword is a cast, but different from a cast because there's no exceptions. If it fails to cast, it will return null. Oh, yeah. So it's basically like trying to cast this as this. And if that doesn't work, then you're not gonna get like a exception or anything. It's just gonna be like null, basically. Okay, that makes sense. Wait, this is also private. Does that mean that the convention would be to do the underscores here as well? I suppose. Because then what I'm thinking is that rather than doing this, we should just have a list of these and have multiple interactions with different items. And then this one would have like a public void to how do I find out if these work or don't? What's up, Jamion? How you doing? Welcome in. Basically, what I'm thinking... Here we might get a few errors now. No? Is if I could move this required item, as well as the list of clickables, into my own custom script, make a list of those custom scripts, so that we can have multiple interactions, and then we have one default clickables, which is called if none of these are found. So that means that from here we could actually make something that returns true or false, right? We could actually make a public bool, which is like, what do I call this? Like interaction successful. Underscore indicates any private instance field, helps to quickly differentiate it from a local variable. Alternative is using this dot required item. But that wouldn't make it a public variable I can set in the inspector, right? Oh wait, and here in these we actually do want to pass in a parameter, right? Item selected item. Because otherwise we're gonna need to make more references to the singleton, which we don't want. The problem with the Unity engine.object is that if you drag in a game object, it cannot be cast into an interface. You would have to get component to get the interface, not cast. Yeah, I wouldn't use, in this case I wouldn't use it, because now I'm making my own custom script called item interactions. So, oh no, wait, yeah, here I would still use it. But on this one would actually be an array of item interactions. So we're kind of moving it a little bit down the line. I don't know, I think I'm gonna try this way and then we'll see whether it makes sense or not. And I just wanna... Wait, what did I just copy? Yeah, the interact one, which is... fine. Which is... And now... No, wait, we just put you here. I don't need this. So now, rather than this, we don't need this reference, we just check if the passed in selected item is the same as the underscore required item. If that is the case, then for all clickables in this clickable one, we call the click function. And then if that is the case, well, first of all, no wait, if I return, we end the thingy, right? So after we've done this, we would return true. No. Is it not better if I just do this at the start? Because we can immediately know whether it's true or not. We just say something like, no, because I don't want to return immediately. Okay, we make a bool first. We make a bool called successful, which is equal to if, does this work? Selected item is equal to required item. And if it's successful, then do all of this, and once that is done, we return successful. Because that means that if the selected item is not the required item, we would return false. Clickables is null. Yes, I don't know if I can use the event. If I want to make this like only a serializable one, not have to use mono behavior, I'm not sure I can use an await function, can I? Or is that possible on like a serialized script that's not an actual component itself? Can I use await? Or do I need like mono behavior? I need to actually be a component to use await? Because my plan was maybe doing something like this, where I turn this into system serializable. I don't know if that makes any sense. Your C# class can be serializable in Unity with serializable attributes. Yes, but can I use await in it? Can I put await in a class like this? Because in that case, this is easy peasy. Then we just do this again. Grasshopper? Don't know why you're referring to. Do I get an error from this? I do. An object of type convertible to bool is required. The name successful clickables does not exist. Wait, what do you mean, bool? This is why Unity screwed you? You have no clue what a constructor is? Absolutely not. Perfect time to learn. What is a constructor? Because I'm thinking I can do something similar to my room manager, where here I have... These are like scripts I made for like... rooms, basically. So what the room layout is, what furniture we have, and how the monster is gonna act around this room. And this I did by having a list of rooms, which is system serializable. Which means I don't actually need like my own components for it. But even if this is not the case, it's kind of fine, I think. Because I could use get component. Wait, can I not use get component in a script like this either? You can't use Unity built-in methods without inheriting mono behavior. You wouldn't need to use a constructor like Chet's party mentioned. Okay. You can't inherit mono behavior unless you're a bad dude. Are you bad enough, dude, to inherit mono behavior? What's the difference between a class and an object? An object is like a Unity thing, right? Like, do you mean like a game object? I think an object can hold classes, whereas an object is an instanced class. Oh. Okay. So wait, if I have a singleton instance, would that singleton, is that an object? Whereas a general class object, not Unity. Okay. So whereas like a class is something attached to a game object. No, wait, what? Okay, bear with me, people. Bear with me. You know, I've given up plenty of warnings. I don't know what I'm doing. C# class, C# object. Okay, okay. And then we can't use Unity built-in methods, which I suppose... Wait, Unity built-in methods, is that like... Are you referring to like awake, update, start, those methods? And then I wouldn't be able to use getComponent either, right? Or is that... Is getComponent a Unity built-in method? So far you've written classes, but never have... You can use getComponent, okay, okay. You've written classes, but never have to construct/instantiate your own objects. What's up, Mathbird West? How you doing? We're kind of in the middle of the night, not really interacting. But I just wanted to say thanks for the follow. Yeah, no worries, man. Let's interact more in the future. Now back to bed. Go back to bed and have a nice one, dude. Thank you for dropping by. Okay, if I can use getComponent. Okay, so basically the question is, how do I make an array of clickables? No, I don't need to, right? Because I could make a Unity engine.object array, and then when you click, use getComponent iLeftClickable. And if iLeftClickable is not equal to null, then call the click function in that one. Right? My object equals new myObject. Instantiate a new object. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Never happens in Unity? Okay, but tell me I'm not crazy. Should I not just do this? We have successful clickables. And rather than checking that, we check the successful clickables, and then we say clickable.getComponent instead, and here I could get a interface, right? So I could say getComponent iLeftClickable, which, let's call this like iLeftClickable. I don't know what I'm doing. Unity handles all construction of monobehaviors for us behind the curtain. Can clickables be scriptable objects? I don't know. Oh, why don't they let us just make an array of interfaces? That would be so much easier. Should this not work? Unity only allows for serializing inheritance, not interfaces. And that's why they kind of force us to use more inheritance, isn't it? But should this not work? So rather than making a list of iClickables, this might not be as optimal, but when you click it, we go through the list of stuff it should do if it has the required item. And in all of those, it gets the component iLeftClickable, and it calls the click function. It will only work if you drag in game objects, but you have object, which means you could drag in scriptable or who knows what else. Here's the thing. I want to drag in components. And I can't do that if I say it's a game object, right? Because that would be like another object reference. Very jank. Okay. Wait, get component does not exist. This might not work anyway. Ah, shite. Because this is basically one thing. I want something like this, like how I did it with the rooms, but like list out different interactions that could be possible. That's kind of what I I feel like would make this a very easy workflow later on when I'm setting up these different interactions. So basically we would have the main like interactable script, and this one has it has one like default list, or rather array of interactions with so like default interactions, which is an array, and then I would like to have like an array of these other like item interactions, which would then be like listed in the inspector, where I can set like the required item and then the interaction array of like clickables, like if you use this item, this is what you're supposed to do. And then what we basically could do is to just like create more of these, where I can, theoretically speaking, make like infinite interactions for a certain object. Because this would mean that when I'm like designing the rooms, making an object have multiple interactions would be really easy. And then what we do is like check, you know, the base script here would basically check if you are currently holding an item, like say a key for example, then you would start going through the item interactions and look, can a key be used for this one? No, that wasn't the required item. This one, no. This one, no. In that case, use the default interactions. If you can use the key, then it would go like boom, and then maybe here the required item was indeed a key, and then instead of calling this array of clickable items, it calls this array. This is kind of how I'm thinking it could work like in practice when this is done, which would be like a really convenient way of like setting these objects up. Because right now what we have, and we have working, is basically in this main script that we have, the interactable script, we only have one required item. We have one required item, and then we have one array of like basically these clickables. And now we just check, is this the correct item that you have selected? In that case, call all of these. But this means that we only have one interaction. I would like this to be flexible to where we could have multiple of these like packages of like required items and specific interactions, as well as one like default one, which is if none of these match, then just call the default one. And that's why I thought that something like this should have worked, where I would basically have, yeah, just this is what we have now. We have one required item and then one list of clickables. I would like to have a list of a package of one required item and the appropriate clickables, and then I could just add however many I want. So if I want more objects, more items to be able to interact with this object, I just create more ones, and then we have one default one that we, if none of the interactions were successful, you always default to the default one, which in the case of like this door would be just yanking on the door. The key would have its own like collection of clickables, which is to like play the sound effect of the unlocking and the door swinging open and switching the sprite or switching the object to the open door instead. The default one would just play the yanking sound effect, but then maybe, just as an example, we could have another interaction which would be like, maybe if you have a fucking sledgehammer, you can just smash the trapdoor in and it would open that way instead. But that's the annoying thing, because as you're saying, that serializing interfaces is a bit yanky. But I kind of need to get around that somehow for this kind of method to work, I suppose. Because theoretically now, I could make put in multiple of these item interactable scripts and just have one of these in each. But I don't know how that would like revert to like a default one. And it's also unnecessary to have the like highlight system and the raycast stuff on like multiple components. So ideally, interactable should be responsible for knowing when the player interacts with this game object. That's it. It shouldn't gatekeep. Are we allowed to interact? So far, does that sound reasonable? Yeah, I mean, this wouldn't really be, the way I'm thinking about it, it wouldn't be gatekeep, because there would always be an interaction. Only one interactable script, not multiple item ones. No, I do only want one interactable script. But then in that script have a list of different like interactions depending on the item you use. Or are you thinking more in the case of that like... Yeah, because I guess this is the issue. I can't use the straight up interactable script I'm using right now. Unless we change this to work in the same way, but I feel like that might be inoptimal. Because the issue with this one is that the clickables that it actually calls are all the components with the clickable interface. Meaning that there's no condition here. And for something to be item dependent, it needs to be conditional, because it depends on whether you have the correct item or not. Because otherwise, if I have one sound effect for the door being yanked and one sound effect for the door being unlocked, if I use my normal interactable script, both of those would be called whether you have the key or not. Because it will call every single interactable component, or clickable component rather, that I have. Whereas if I could get this kind of thing to work, I would only need to have one item interactable script and then reuse the same components I always do, but just set up that like if you have this item, then use this sound effect. And then if you have this item, use this sound effect. And so on. I think it would create a very nice workflow for me when creating like multiple interactions. I think for a minute, yeah, sure. Why does the name getComponent not exist? Some game objects has 1, 2, or none or more required items. So for what I'm thinking is that for the item interact, since I have made 2 scripts now, it would never be none, because if it has no item interactions whatsoever, then like this cloth. Is this cloth gonna have multiple interactions? Probably not. It's just gonna be that you move up the cloth, you know? So for this one, I use the interactable script, which is basically saying that this is not item interactable in any way. You can only just interact with it in the default manner. So whereas like my thought is that for the item interactable ones, it would basically be that it has 1 or more required items. But I also want those interactions, depending on the different required items, to perhaps be different. So for the door here, for example, the standard thing would be to have 1 required item, which is the key to open this door. But maybe I want you to be able to use the hammer on it. And maybe the hammer can like smash the window. So that would be a new required item and a new interaction that happens. So it would never have none, but it would always have either 1 like item interaction or more than 1. And then also have 1 default, which is if like no items match any interactions that happen. For the case of the door, it would be to just pull on the door. That's what happens if you use like an item that doesn't actually work for the door. Then you just try to pull it. Which is basically what happens now. Like if I use this key that doesn't fit for this door, you just get the sound effect of trying to pull the door. But why can I not use getComponent? And then we also have this. On 21, an object of a type convertible to bool is required. Which script? Item interactions. 21. Oh, because you... Oh, I can't return nothing. So what we would do here in that case is say that if that is not equal to null, then click, otherwise you're done. What's the other error? getComponent does not exist in the current context. Oh, because I would need to say clickable.getComponent. No? Object does not contain a definition for getComponent. No accessible extension method. Oh, okay, so does it need to be a game object to use getComponent? Then this wouldn't be a game object, so... Can I make the check here? Like, if it is of type I left clickable, and if that's true, then click. Would that work maybe? Because okay, let's do this. Let's comment all of this out to not have any errors, and I can give you guys a clear view of how I would probably want this to work in practice, which would be that item interactable should not have a list of Unity object successful clickables. This should have an array of item interactions called, let's just call it interactions. No, let's be more specific. Item interactions. And then 24, that's this one. Oh no. Oh, I thought I broke Unity for a second. Just now, here, I would have a list of item interactions. Where I could say that, like, if you have the bucket, then, like, play this sound effect. If you are using the hammer, then play this sound effect. So it would be a really easy way to set up like multiple interactions. And have like multiple required items, and then we just do one last list of like default clickables, which is what would be called if none of these are matched, you know? Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break, just go get a little bit more coffee, and I'll be back in like 1 minute, and we'll see if we can get this stuff to work. Thank you guys very much for being here, it is very appreciated. Hello friend, so do you want to hang out tomorrow? Okay. And all of these are sort of sitting in that style. Am I supposed to sit here? I might be like... Fucking found it! Wait, I think that's the song that plays when you beat the game. Yeah, I think it's the ending, like the credit music or whatever. But wait, I think I have one left, don't I? No wonder you didn't recognize it. Fuck you, dude. Okay, I didn't have anyone left. Ah, shit. Easy, dude. Did anyone say first try? No? Well, first try. Wait. Am I bamboozled? This is not gonna be like part 2 of the boss fight, right? You're gonna stay down. You... Why did I say first try? I hate myself. Fuck this. Fuck my life. Or... Ooh, fucking hell, dude. Jesus Christ. Okay, we are back. So the design flow would be input detector, find all scripts inheriting from base class interactable. None are inheriting from interactable though. Item interactable inherits. I mean, that I could make, so it works that way. Once you consider separating out the responsibility of your current interactable class, separating out the input handling logic from the interacting logic. Yeah, maybe. actually be a decent idea. If you can do this, then when input detector calls getComponent interactable and calls interact on all of them, this means that you can add any number of item interactable scripts, and each item interactable can then talk to any specific behaviors that it wants. The key is use inheritance, and serializing interfaces is a bit too advanced for now. So we can pass the data they need to determine if they can interact. I also need to check if nothing did work, because we need a way to default to like a certain like default interactions if none of the interactions worked. So that, which is like now, for example, if I would use the wrong key on this one, nothing happens. It doesn't have anything to like default to. I also thought about maybe a crazy thing now when I went to get my coffee. This might be crazy. Maybe I should change my interactable script and make all of them. Instead of using a component-based approach, have all of them be in arrays. It would be fucking clean if that works. But I don't know if that is possible. If I could just reference different like scripts for the clickables. Yeah, I realized that this is the like the difficult thing here. There's so many ways you can think about this and do it. And I don't know what is like the optimal way of doing it or what the best way is. I mean, I suppose it can be a little bit subjective as well. I guess you need to iterate through a collection of interactables to determine which one is allowed to interact. Yeah, and if none of them are, then default to another one. Whatever that would be. Like for the door to just yank on the door handle. But is it mad? This would change my entire system. But is it mad if, rather than using components like this, if even the normal interactable had an array of scripts? But could I then set the sound effect and... But no, then the issue is still the fact that I can't do that with interfaces. Why can you not, oh my god, why can you not just make, why can you not serialize interfaces? It would have been so nice. I think I heard someone say that you will be able to do that though. That they were planning on like adding a way for you to serialize interfaces. Sometimes it helps to work backwards. How would door determine whether to open or break glass or whatever? Yeah, it would... That's where I use Odin Inspector. Oh, that's like an asset, isn't it? I think I've heard of that one. That like makes the, you know, to like improve the inspector. Does that make it so you can serialize interfaces? Oh shit. There are approaches that you can implement to allow some form of interface serialization. That would be pretty sick. Because then we could even move away from a component-based... I mean, I don't mind. The component way of doing this is pretty nice. I like how this stream is like... This stream is just like thinking about all the 100 different ways you could do stuff. I'm fine with it though, because I think this is still good. It helps me, you know, learn to hopefully in the future like be better at like planning out how these sort of interactions should work. Because the thing now, if we have the inspector here, with like this component based system, we always have the main like the interactable script, and you know, then we have like component to play a sound effect, to deselect an item, to switch game object on click, to alert the enemy on click, to do this on click, to do this on click. So, you know, it gets a little bit messy in the inspector itself. And what I was thinking now to do would basically do the same thing, just that we would have like a item interactable. This one would have like, say we have two different interactions. Say we have one that has a required item, and then we would have an array here with a bunch of components, and then we have like the default one in case you did not have the correct item, and this would also have an array of multiple components, and then we would have the like 3 interface components things that would go into this array and get called if you have the right item. And then we would keep going and just keep on adding more and more components here. And like all of these 3 next ones would be referenced in this one. So like the way I'm doing it now, it works nice, it's sort of easy, but like the inspector would get like chaotic after a while. Because if I have like 9 different item interactions, probably not gonna have that, but just as a thought experiment, like we might end up having like 30 components. And when just looking at the component, it might even be hard to know which interaction does this belong to. So what if, tell me if I'm absolutely crazy here, what if we have an interactable, I don't know if this is possible either, so feel free chiming in. What if interactable, even if it's not item dependent, what if this always has like an array of like interactions? So we have like an interactions array, and if there's some way to like get away from using components entirely, and all we do is have this array, and like when you click on the thingy, it calls this interaction array that like loops through and calls whatever method is needed in all of these. And then if we want to, we just add another one that's maybe even have like just a check if this is like item dependent, blah blah blah, I don't know. But if there was a way to do this without having 19 components to the object. Flexibility usually ends up being many smaller components. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. But I don't know if I like reference some form of like script without actually having it be a component, can I call a method in that one? But I also need this to be serializable, as to like, for example, if this is to play a sound effect in the inspector, I need to have like, you know, a string for that sound effect, and I need to be able to enter it here. But I think that could work if I use something with system serializable. But I guess this would theoretically mean that I would actually move away from interfaces, because this seems to be very complicated with interfaces, whereas I think you could do it with inheritance. If we had like only one base script that was like, that had like a overwritten like on-click function. Or if we find a loop way to go around the whole thing about not serializing interfaces. At work, I'm sometimes caught between a more senior engineer who prefers feature-packed monolithic components and another engineer who likes small focused components. It's all situational. Yeah, I suppose there's always some subjectivity to this stuff, isn't it? You might enjoy Unity events as opposed to C# events. Do you mean because I could set it in the inspector instead? I mean, just the thing here is that this would look really fucking clean, wouldn't it? But I also don't know if I'm going too far now, you know? Because I don't think we can... I feel like I'm a little bit scared. I'm starting to go too far into trying to fix my code to the point where I might get into this loop where I will never be able to finish this game because I always wanna try a new, better way of handling stuff. I don't know. Required item interaction can require or can serialize a required item and a serialized Unity event. In the inspector, you can assign door.open in the Unity event. But how do I decide what door.open does? Because that still needs to be on the same game object as well, since we're like switching game objects and all that good stuff. Am I misunderstanding? We could even do something where we have the default interaction and then we have item interactions, and when you click it you loop through item interactions, but if this is null, if the length of this array is null, then you always do the default interaction. Then we should just have one base script for interactable that always gonna work for every object. Yeah, my brain is tangled from the abstraction. Just decided what your requirements are and then say you won't change it. And then design your code around that. Just any way you can, forget all this fancy stuff. Yeah, I do think, like I said, I do think there might be a case to be made that I might be blowing this out of proportion when it comes to like how I want to make this the best workflow ever. To the point where, like, to be fair, we haven't, you know, we've only worked on the the specific item-dependent interactions, and we still don't have a fully functioning script, because I keep on thinking about new ways I could do it. I'll think about it in my dreams as well. It's 5 AM. Share your code problem in Discord and I'll think about it as well. It's a fun problem. I don't have brain power. Yeah, no worries, no worries. No, I do think it's interesting. I think it's valuable to think about this stuff and see how you could theoretically do it. I'm just scared about like not going too far to the point where, you know, I'll never finish the game. But checks, if you have to sleep, then for sure go ahead and get some sleep, man. And as always, thank you very much for being here, and thank you for all the help, man. It is very appreciated. I played the game, 38 minutes. Nice one, Joao. Did you enjoy it? Which puzzle did you find the hardest? Yeah, I didn't like the last room, I got stuck. Oh, okay. Yeah, it was quite a few people who did get stuck on the last room. It definitely upped the difficulty quite a bit. But thank you for playing, man. Got the first number 2, I thought was a number of eyes on the dude and got it right by accident. Yeah, that can happen. It is brute forceable as well. Like if you're only missing one number, it's only 10 combinations. So I've seen a few people just brute force the code at some point. We did add some extra hints to try and make it a little bit more obvious where the hints are taken from, but it's not always. It's not intuitive for everyone. There's definitely things I need to see if I can improve when it comes to puzzle making. But I really would like if it's so annoying because I just got this component system to work so well, and now I'm kind of thinking about if I should see if there's a way to make all interactions work like this, where you just have a race of what should happen depending on if you have an item or if you don't have an item and so on. How does your interactions work from a conceptual level? Example, do you have to use the item that interacts with the object? i.e. select item from inventory and then click on room object? Yes. Yes, if you're using an item, you do have to select it. So for example with this key, now I do have the key in my inventory, but I can't just click on the door. I need to actually select the key. So then that's why I feel like we should have done something like this, where if you don't have an item selected, you just use the default interactions. If you have an item selected, you look through the different like item interactions and check if the item you have selected matches any of these items. If it would match, say, this one, then it's going to call this sound effect. If it doesn't match with anyone, then we default back to the basically the same interaction as if you didn't have an item whatsoever. That's kind of the way I'm thinking we should do it. Oh, this is cute. Thank you very much. How you doing, this plant? Welcome in. So like here, I can click the trapdoor, but without the key it doesn't do anything. With this one, we get an error, which is I changed my code. Whoops. I got a jump scare because of the radio, that was the best part. Yeah. That one got quite a few people. Did get quite a few people. In that case, have you thought about having a new data field on the item that uses a interact with collection? This way, when you click on the object with the selected item, you should then run the interaction on that object that is associated with the item you used. If the object doesn't interact with that one, then it's just defaulted. Wait, a new data field on the item. So what, do you mean that, like, for example, on the scriptable object, I would have some... Wait, I'm not sure I'm 100% following you. Seriously, learn Unity event? Maybe that should be good as well. What's up, Mr. Gray? Welcome in. I've returned for now. This game has gotten so much better since I started watching, and you've gotten better at Unity. I'm very jealous. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. I do appreciate it. I should play this on my stream sometime. Yeah, sure. Go for it. The Game Jam version is out, so that one is fully playable. It's a list of actions you can assign to when required item interactions is invoked. Is that not from Unity event systems? Did I mistype this? Type on namespace Unity event could not be found. Or is that a... Is it something like Unity engine.events? Oh, is it actually? Dude, that was such a lucky guess. That's funny. Okay. This might be a good way. It's a list of actions you can assign to when a required item interaction is invoked. Which is then we can have multiple events. So wait, can I create like... Okay, wait, I think the main method here is private. Wasn't I guess you're just picking up more intuition? Yeah, maybe. Fair point. Fair point. So when you event invoke, it will trigger all the actions you assign in the inspector. Church Party makes the point using the events in the situation is a more simple approach. But is there a way, can I use events for something like this without needing all of the components for, like, say I have... And then I suppose I would need to, if I have multiple interactions, I suppose I would need to, like, can I make like an array of Unity events? I have no idea if that's possible. Oh my god, is it actually possible? Okay. Yeah, it seems like it could very well be a good solution. But do I... So this one is an interface now, which means I can't actually make this public. I think. Can I? Can I make this public? No. Public is not valid for this item. But if I did something like this... But then my question is... Here, these are... Should I reference just a script without actually being a component? Huh? Monoscript string name? Okay, no. Because that would have been fucking awesome. Oh, wait. Should I make this have a dynamic bool? Or a dynamic string? If I do string, like the name of the sound effect. And then only use this one once. And then in the events, set what... play sound string. Oh, and then I can choose what sound effect I want to do here. So I actually only need one component to play the sound effect. And rather than setting the sound effect here every time, I can change it to like a knock metal. And now it would play that sound effect instead. So this would make it so that I wouldn't need to have multiple of like the same component. There's gotta be a good solution here, but my brain is dead. Congratulated. No worries, man. Checks. Thank you very much for the help. Beware, do not rename Unity event variables, or else all your serialized setup will be lost. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. So, yeah. Like this one, for example. If I would rename that variable, it would be lost from here. Yeah, I understand what you mean. So, a lot of the, like, actual work will be made in the inspector. And kind of only saved in the inspector. That's kind of what you mean, right? If you rename event to my event, the event path of the inspector will be reset. Yeah. Yeah, so that could be dangerous since that would reset every single item in the entire game. So that's good to know. Ah, dude, I'm having such like... I'm really struggling coming up with how we should handle this. This is the only dangerous thing about serialized fields. I don't want you to cry after you set up 100 events and then decide to rename the variable. Yeah, that would be sad. I mean, overall though, it seems like this should be a good solution. Well, is this... Fuck. This is what I feel like I know I'm running around a little bit in circles here. I know I'm not being like super productive. I'm also am I just overscoping this entirely? Like, am I going too far? Because even adding all of these different possible interactions is gonna add a lot to the game. It's also gonna add a lot of work to making the game. But I mean, it would be nice, because I do see people try to take the hammer and use it on different objects. And it feels weird when nothing happens when using it. Replicate it to work dirty with just a design of 2 required items. Use null, use conditionals out of the also anything you need to do, then we can refactor after you get it working. Yeah, I think that might be a good way actually, because I do think now I feel like I'm stuck a little bit in a loop where I overthink this stuff too much, and the end result is that I mean I'm learning about different ways we could do it, but it feels like I'm a bit stuck at this point right now. So I think maybe trying to just get it working could be nice. To be fair, I feel a little bit scared about this Unity event thing in case it... Because like you said, that means that if I have one main script with these events handling all the objects in the game, if I fuck up and rename one variable, I would reset... Or that would even be if I need to change something about how it's done, right? It could possibly be that I would reset every single item in the game. I mean, I do have version control now, so it's not as bad, but still. Stuck in a loop, check the condition. That's a good one. Yeah, I'll give it to you, that's a good one. Yeah, get it working, then post it. We'll all argue about who has the better refactor. Unless you use formally serialized as attribute prior to naming it, then it will keep the data of the serialized data. So if you have serialized field int hit points, you want to rename it to health.
Red Rucker is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Cheers. Oh, so that means you can do it multiple times. How is it? Why are you complaining about then, Russia? This is still the same stream, and you should do it. Cheers. Int hit points, and you want to rename it to health, you can put in the formally serialized as hit. Oh, I see. You got the wrong guy, I didn't say anything. Yeah, okay, sure man. Yes, this is the way to rename if you really need to, but it's still risky. Test renaming serialized field first to understand how it works. No, I know what you mean, because I have had that happen similar with other stuff. It just feels more risky when it comes to these Unity events, because I might set up like, you know, 10 different interactions with like a bunch of different serialized fields, and like, you know, resetting all of that after I've worked like, say, another 100 hours on the game could be like a huge loss of progress. But yeah, I do feel like I just need to get something working, because right now I'm a little bit too stuck here. We're not making like any progress. Let me see, how do I want to do this? Well, that's the issue. I don't know how I want to do this. So the way I was gonna do it here, the issue is that I'm gonna need like 19 different components to every object if it has multiple interactions. And it's gonna be hard for me to know which components go with which interactions, so I feel like it's gonna be very messy in a way. But changing that and making something like this work would basically force me to rework my entire interaction system. You really only do it once it's understood for sure. Otherwise, we could use events, but then we have the little risky stuff with the serialized fields, as you said. Or the last thing I potentially could do is to get the Odin Inspector. Does that one cost money? It does. It does. But that, just theoretically, as I understand, that would make it so I could actually make references to... But how does that work then? Can I call a function on that one without it being a part of the game object. I don't even know if my questions make sense anymore. Going into large mode, have a work meeting. No worries, man. Enjoy the large. Thank you very much for being here, man. Very technical stream today, one might say. Yeah, I think I need to get dirtier and just get this working. But I'm being too indecisive. I don't know how I wanna. Because I think that's the thing. I think now, because I'm trying to think about like making the perfect code base or whatever, I think I'm overthinking it, looking like too far into the future, trying to make sure that this would work like no matter like how I want to build upon this game, everything is gonna work perfectly. Which is, yeah, I think I might be going a little bit too far. I'm just here for the occasional Undertale mention, yeah. Fair. That's what I mean, like, I think I might be pushing it a little bit too far now with the, like, optimization or whatever you want to call it. Where, like, 90% of players are never going to notice the difference in how I handle this as long as it works. There's definitely balance to it. You don't want to be too dirty when, like, you know, everything is way too messy. Yeah, that mindset is a pitfall to avoid. Yeah, I feel like that's what I mean. Like, if I go too far with this type of mindset, I will end up just not ever finishing this. Just there's always gonna be a better way for me to do it. You will always be able to like figure out some way that this could be made even more optimally. It's just that it would be nice to have this type of flexibility, where I can have required items and what happens when you do it. Required items and what happens when you do it. Or when you use that one. Absolutely, users only care about it working, yeah. No, that is a very fair argument. And like we said earlier, like Undertale is the prime example. Okay, it would be messy in the inspector, but should I get this to work? I can't use get component here, it seems like. Wait, what is this clickable? It's each thing in this list. That's a Unity object. That doesn't have a... I can't use get component. I think get component is only for game objects, is it? I mean, you're in a big learning phase, so you need days like this to figure out what to cut and what to focus on moving forward. Yeah, that's true. And I mean, in the end, like this whole day, even if I feel like it's easy to think about this, like I'm wasting time because I'm not getting any progress in the game. But I mean, that's not really true, is it? Because you know, this is still an experience that will most likely make this kind of stuff easier in the future. Where, you know, I might I might be more conscious and aware of the pitfalls that could, you know, that might not be worth thinking about. Or maybe if I get this to work, maybe I realize that, you know what, maybe this was good. I don't know. For sure, there's a million ways of going about things, and I wasted months on the same project where I got to version 5 without even finishing or releasing version 1. And now when I'm version 6, I pretend I've got a deadline of which I need to provide a working prototype for investors to check out. It helps me not get stuck on the same thing for too long and stay focused on the progress. Progress, yeah. Progress is progress indeed. And if it's knowledge or in the game, it's always good. Yeah, that's what I mean, like, although I might not be progressing much in the development of the game right now, if I'm still progressing in my own knowledge about it, I feel like I'm still kind of fine about it, you know? All that matters is that you've learned and Shroud of Gloom gets the Steam release it deserves. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because I also do want to release this game at some point. I think, as Phil said though, I feel like one of the issues now is that I went from having a very strict deadline of making a game jam version where, you know, the game had to be finished in 1 month, where we made a whole lot of progress very quickly, whereas to now is like the first week where I'm working on this game technically without any deadline whatsoever. So I think that is what maybe allows me a little bit too much contemplation and stuff, you know. Pirate Software Game Jam start can be another deadline. Fair point, fair point. So, because I do think that, like I said, even if it might be helpful in ways, I might be learning quite a bit from it. I don't think it's good to get too stuck here. Deadlines are good, even fake ones. Yeah, no, I do agree. But yeah, like we said, it's also the whole thing about me wanting to learn. I don't mind wasting a little bit of progress in the game as long as my learning has some progress. Oh, 10 minutes. This would... Streamers crack me up with their timers, it's good but funny, yeah. I think you're too on the ball with the 10 minutes, let it run for a bit longer. No, because I know we're in some weird loop today when everyone is very focused on me standing up, so I think the best thing for me to do is try to sit down whenever I have the option to. Because if I would stand up for another 10 minutes, someone could instantly redeem it and I would end up standing for like an hour all the time. I blame me. No. Raka, don't put blame on anyone else here. You started this, fam. Okay. How do we all do that thing where he has to stand for 10 minutes? It's a channel point reward. And maybe a little bit too cheap, maybe a little bit too slow cooldown. Maybe I need to fix this. No, but if you have 500, then next to the hot dog... they are not hot dogs! They are not hot dogs. If anything, it might be like hot dog buns, maybe? But no, it's definitely a coffee bean. Everyone who looks at that instantly knows it's a coffee bean. Yeah? Oh yeah, I just realized today that Streambeats did have a few other genres as well, which is, well, it's very helpful as well. Because I think if I would have listened to 10 hours of lo-fi one more day, I think my brain would have exploded. No cooldown and 10 minutes accumulation. Rack up 3 hours stand time. Oh dude, that would have been mad. Stand gang unite. Dude, if you're saying this, Racker, you better be using your standing desk as we speak, right? I hope you're not sitting your ass down on some chair over there. I definitely hope you're not still in bed. I hope you'll be standing by your desk watching this as we speak. Because otherwise, I'm calling hypocrisy. I'm back to soften your blood some more. Oh no. And it's good for his health, it's a win-win. I'm currently laying down tilted backwards, so all my blood is in my head. I mean, like Chuck said, we could make this work with only 2 interactions. But then we kind of lose the flexibility. How do I access the interface of this object? The issue lies in how you are attempting to access I-left clickable interface. You are trying to use getComponent, but clickable is an array of objects. This doesn't automatically provide the necessary functionality to get components. Ensure successful clickables contain references to game objects or components that implement I-left clickable. Use typecasting to access the correct type. So he's keeping it to objects. And then var component equals clickable as a component. Or as a game object, but it's not a game object. And then does this not do almost the same exact shit I'm doing now? Seems like it'd be easier to just wrap the clickable in a script of your own. It's been a while, but as far as I remember, scripts are components. Yeah, that makes sense. It's just that I need to access the interface of that script. But I don't see how this does it differently to what I'm doing. Because I say the var clickable in this, and then I try to find the left. Var component equals, oh, so it checks first if it is a component as component. Oh, I see, I see. Let me try this just in case. I just want to see if it works. Var component equals clickable as a component. So this would cast it into a component, and then if that is not equal to null, then we try to get the ILF clickable. Just get component didn't work because I'm trying to do it on an Unity object, which I don't think has that. So what happens if we do this? There's a fair chance I will die. Never had any use for an interface. I mean, this is the first time I've ever used interfaces. Before this, I just used multi-layered inheritance. Object does not contain a definition for get component. But wait, am I not casting it to a... clickable as component? Oh, because this needs to be component. Oh shit, it might actually work. Okay. So then if we take this one, I haven't used inheritance since I learned it in school. Modular is faster to type. Interviewers hate this one simple trick. Modular. I don't know what that is. A lot of if statements going on here. Which we could actually, we could refactor this and make it look a little bit better, can't we? No, wait, because I can't use return statements. Okay, wait, let's leave it like this for now. Let's just see if we can get this kind of working. So now we have a bool to check whether the interaction was successful. So we go to this one, which when you try to interact, you now check if the selected item is the required item. That's not what I want to do. Right now, what is clickable? So I don't think no, I want to use for each item interaction is what we want to use. We want to say something like for each interaction in item interactions. So I mean, this could even be for each item. Did I not call it item interact? Oh, no, wait. This is a list of item interactions, so it's actually item interactions, interactions in item interactions. Do I even need a null check here? It's probably good. Why not? If it's null, return. Otherwise, we want to call on new function, which would be what? Oh yeah, we need to check if it's successful, and that is, if it is, it's automatically gonna call this. Got back microwave, then see you soon. Wait, modular means instead of making a car class, then making a Volvo subclass, you just make individual parts and attach them to the big bastard game engine object. Oh, so the car parts are the modules. Okay. Okay, I think I see what you mean. Oh yeah, this is a bool, which I want to check. Because I want to know... We need to find out if any of these interactions were successful and otherwise... Oh, so can I not just do... Because checking this bool is going to call this function, right? Because if I check this bool, if it's successful, we also say that if it is successful, then do all of this. And then we just return whether it was successful or not. So if the interaction is not equal to null, can I not say if interactions.interaction successful? Then I somehow need to... Because I don't want to overwrite this. If one is successful... Yeah, as soon as we find a successful interaction, we want to stop this, right? So if the interaction is successful, then we... Wait, for each, that's a loop. Can I break it? Does that work? Can I break a for each loop? I think it might work. And also interaction successful, we need to give... Okay. So we do a item selected item equals inventory manager.instance.selected item. And then we pass in this selected item when we check whether the interaction was successful. Okay. That means that as soon as we would find a successful interaction, we would break this loop. But we only need to even start this loop if selected item is not equal to null. Otherwise we just want to go straight to the default interaction. So if it's not equal to null, do all of this. And that's actually, if it is equal to null, there's no reason to ever deselect the item. Which means that after this loop is done, that's where we should deselect the item. Otherwise that's just unnecessary. And then we would need another, not an item interaction. Oh wait, can we not just use our clickables? No, just that we call every single clickable we have. That's not gonna work. We need to make another array similarly to what we had before. So we need one of these. But we're gonna call these thank you for the follow, bot. Much appreciated. Let's rename this into... Let's do like default interactions. No, because this is technically... This would be like default clickables. And then... yeah, that will be the clickables. So... No, wait. You should be the same, but we should check if... There we go. Default clickables should be casted into the interface and to this array. So now we should have clickables. Okay. I don't know why, but I'm gonna call you default interactions. Gonna rename you into default clickables. Not the best naming convention, but it will do for now. So let's see. Okay, we're doing it dirty for now. Let's make a bool. No. Dude, I'm overcomplicating this so much. Maybe I should have kept my deep layered inheritance. No, I do think interfaces were a nice solution. Let's say bool successful interaction is equal to false. And then we check this stuff. If we ever find a successful interaction, then before we break the loop, we say that we had a successful interaction. And then, if we don't have a successful interaction, meaning that we never found one of these, none of the items matched, then we're gonna call the... Then we do like a for each. We basically want to do this, right? If no interaction was successful, then for each clickable in can't we call this default clickables? Call the click function. Should be right. Okay, no error, that's good. For now, we're gonna scrap this. Table door closed. Now we have default interactions, and here we have a bunch of item interactions, which also means that this required item we no longer need. Which actually means I could have just changed my interactable script. Instead of using 2. No, that means I need to change all my other objects. That seems annoying. Well, let's do it for this, like this for now. So, for this trapdoor, right now the only one we're gonna have is the trapdoor key. And then we need to add a shit ton of components. Yeah, this is... this would be a very like component messy way. Can I see my other trapdoor just to see what we did here? So we play multiple sound effects and we swap the object. The unsuccessful sound effect is a door yank heavy. So that means that here we should add a place sound on click, which is just going to be a door yank heavy. That's going to be the default interaction. And that's pretty much all we need for the default one. But then for the successful ones, we want to play sounds on click, which is going to be what? Unlock heavy. No. Play 2 sound effects. Check. Oh my god, Captain Coda with the raid of 112 viewers! Holy shit, welcome in people, how you doing? Let me give a big old shout out here to the Captain Coda. How's it going, man? How's your project coming along? And the CCPRN, thank you very much for that follow. So we are currently working on a point and click puzzle horror game, which I just finished for a game jam. So if you want to check out the game jam version, you can do so here. Right now we are doing refactoring though, so basically I'm breaking my entire game, but so far so good. Wind Up Boy, welcome in, how you doing? Hello CC, nice to see you, man. Crazy Chicken Head, Unity Coda, how you doing? Nice to see you, buddy. Dev Donut, you famous now. Reminds me of Maniac Mansion, but black and white. I don't think I know what that is. Doing well, not much progress today. I feel you, man. Lots of chatting / deliberating about how to architect things. A bit of refactoring. Wait, are we doing the same exact thing? Because that is exactly what I have been doing for the past like 5 hours. I've made very slight progress and talked a lot about how one could form the architecture of this. Old 1980s game. Ooh. Maniac Mansion. Interesting. I assume it's a point and click game as well. Yeah, I don't think I've seen this one. Dumb question. No such thing as a dumb question. What happens if you call getComponent on an object that has two of the same component type? Oh, I actually don't know. I have no idea. Sounds familiar. Yeah, it really does, doesn't it? Pretty sure I'll be making my own version of this style of game in the next year. Nice. Maniac Mansion is one of my favorite games of all time. Ooh. Hate to raid and run, but have a wonderful stream. No worries, man, no worries. Thank you very much for the raid. It's much appreciated. Have a good one. It will get the first one listed from top to bottom in the inspector. Oh, interesting. I did not know that. But then I suppose what you could do is, because you can use getComponents as well, right? If you wanted to access multiple of them. So yeah, if any of you are the new guys coming in here wants to see a little bit of how the game kind of looks right now, this is kind of what we're working with. So like I said, it's a little bit of like a horror puzzle game. So you have to solve these different puzzles to find a way out of the room. But right now, you know, the game is a little bit in a broken state because I'm doing a lot of refactoring from the Game Jam version. But we did get this new like highlight system working, which I quite like. Makes the hitboxes and stuff a little bit more intuitive. So right now I'm just trying to find a new way of handling these like what I call item dependent objects to work. Because my code was a little bit messy before. I don't know, I'm still a relatively new developer, so I'm not sure we have the greatest solution here, but I think it might work. Like I said before, this day has basically been mostly about hypothetically thinking about all the different ways we could do this stuff. Cool idea, thank you. That looks pretty cool, thank you man. Appreciate it. I don't know if you use escape room as buzzword, but you should. I know some fans of them. Yeah, I do at least on the what do you call it? On the itch page. I'm 99% sure that I used that as a category. So here we have the Shroud of Gloom, but this, like I said, is the Game Jam version, but it is fully playable in case anyone wants to check the game out. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, I did put escape room in here, because I know what you mean. I think that might actually be a really good tag for this type of game, because it is basically what it is. Almost more so than... Because it's more specific than just puzzle game. It is an, you know, escape room. What's up, Atrium? Won't come in? Is item dependent clickable object the old system? No, we have started working on a new one today, and this is what have been, like, you know, basically the struggle of the entire stream. Because I decided to try something new. I did use the code that you shared with me. No, this is the old one. Yeah, that's the old one. That's the old one. Don't worry about that one. That's an old one. This is the new one, which is absolutely mad. Rather than just having one successful and one non-successful, I thought about adding a system where we can add multiple interactions with multiple, you know, required items where it would do different stuff depending on what item you use. And if none of them work, we have like default interactions. Right now it's a little bit messy because I'm gonna end up having like 20 components if it has like a lot of interactions. But the cool thing about this system is that we can make something where, if we take the door for example, if you click on it without an item, it just like yanks the door. But if you have the key, obviously it should open the door. But then maybe we want to have more interactions. So what about if you use the hammer on the door? Maybe we should like break the glass or something, you know, stuff like this. So I tried to implement a new way of having like more flexibility to add even more interactions. But it's been a long journey. I've been here for about 5 hours and it is still not fully functioning. Similar room.
Fruit drinks, a lot of stuff you never use.
Ah, I see.
Break it, can't help
I actually, maybe I should try this. I haven't really played that many like
the tentacle chow.
point and click games.
Can't open that door yet, it's locked.
I also haven't played that many puzzle games. I also haven't played that many horror games, which is pretty ironic.
Red is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
There we go. Let's do it. So what you can do during the await, where you copied all the objects to iClickable, you can check if it's a transform, and if it is, use get component iClickable again. This lets you put the components in a child object. And just reference the entire object and not for every component. Huh. Does that make sense? Kind of. What's up, Bobby Banjo? Welcome in. Try Superliminal if you're looking for fun puzzle game. Oh, this looks kind of interesting. Thank you for sharing. Okay, so wait, during the await, where you copied all the objects to iClickable, you can check if it's a transform. And use iClickable again. Oh, wait, so do you mean that I should divide up the different interactions on like basically empty child objects? Oh, that would actually be really good, because that would make this way less messy, because right now I'm about to put every single component for every single interaction that could happen on one game object, which would be very messy. Hey, don't feel too bad, it's gonna be hard to focus on coding whilst being an active host interacting with chat. I listen to streamers more than I watch, it helps me focus. It's like I'm in the work office. I feel viewers benefit way more streamers. No, like I said, I don't feel bad. In the end, I've said this multiple times, as long as I'm learning, I'm happy. If the progress is a little bit more slow today, that's fine as long as I'm learning. Instead of having all components on the same object. Okay, yeah. That kinda made sense. If it weren't for viewers, how would he know when to stand? Oh, yeah. True. Made two child objects, one close, one unlocked. Yeah, this might... Because the way I'm doing it now, this is messy. This is messy, okay? I made a new base script here called item interactions. No, sorry. Item interactable, where this one has these successful clickables, which is an array of components, but we can also add more of these, which also references then a required item, and then we have the default. But yeah, obviously the problem here is that if I have 5 different interactions and I want new sound effects for each one, I would need to have like 5 different sound components here. Okay, so right now we are doing the closed trapdoor is the one I'm trying to get to work. So what if we... Okay, so I create an empty child object. And we just call this like... let's do unlock. So would I add the base script here as well? No, only the... No, I don't need the base script. I would only add what I want to happen if it's unlocked, right? So this will... Let's make it easy for now. Let's place sound on click. Switch object on click. That's pretty much all I need to do. So you would switch to the... Oh, but this is... Okay, we have one issue here. The switch object on click, if I'm not mistaken, turns off the game object, right? Yeah. Now, we actually want to turn off the parent object. Okay, for now, let's do this. That's fine. We're just gonna put the open trapdoor in front of it, and it's gonna be fine. Oh yeah, that's true as well. That can still be... So yeah, basically we could just add another field, and if that is not equal to null or something, then also deactivate that object. Which this is... Is this not always going to be the parent object? Like optional disable, yeah. Okay, let's serialize a field. Let's make a private game object. Let's do... Yeah, let's call it, for now, optional disable. Can I call set active even if it's null? Okay. Let's just check if it's not null. If that is the case, then deactivate that one as well. Don't mind that. So, on the unlock, the optional disable would be the parent object trapdoor closed. And let's do... let's keep that sound effect for now. This is just for testing. Now in the code where you convert Unity Engine object to iClickable, we're gonna have to do a bit more work there. Yeah, so we have this... I've made some changes to names here, just so you know. So it's now called iLeftClickable, because I was thinking about adding right clicks to like inspect stuff and discard stuff. You know, small little changes. So yeah, because now what we do is... So let's see, this one is actually now the default interactions. And those ones it gets from this parent object, which I suppose might be fine. Wait, doesn't even this work kind of as is now? Because here, if you have the trapdoor key, can I not just reference this one? And then find the clickables on that object? It references the game object? Yes, that is what we're gonna do. Okay. So then I think we want to change item interactions, which is... I made my own script to like clump all this together. So here, I wouldn't even need to make an array. We're only gonna have one game object, right? tell me if I'm mistaken, but I think if we do a private game object that's gonna hold the successful clickables. No, keep it. Oh yeah, because we need to get all of the components of the parent object, right? Okay, no, I'm following. I'm getting too ahead of myself here. Dude, this is fucking mad. This is where you notice the difference in like how skilled people are. I've been sitting here for 5 hours trying to figure out this solution. Atrium, you come in here and in literally like 2 seconds, you know a solution that's gonna fix this and make it less chaotic. That's pretty fucking impressive, man. I have to give it to ya. I have to give it to ya. Okay, so we keep this as the successful clickables. So inside the for each, switch clickable. Oh wait, am I doing this in the right script then? Because this is a little bit confused now, because I have item interactable, which is the actual like base script for the interaction. So this is the one that you gave me a alternative to. And then item interactions is this little thing. The thing I reference in this element. Okay. So I'm gonna make a switch statement. Wait, what is clickable? Oh, it's the variable, right. I don't know what I just did. What have I done? Why does that not work? Okay. Oh. I am highly confused, but I'm trusting you, Adrian. Because you do know what you're doing, and I don't. Inside a block, we're doing for each. Oh, so that's when we're gonna where we use this. Okay. And then you break. Not old code, whoops. Oh yeah, because we have to get the components. which is the interface. And then we call the click. So now we cover the case if clickable is a game object. Oh yeah, since we're using object here, because otherwise clickable would have been a component. But now it checks if this is a game object. And if it is a game object, then get all the left clickable interfaces in the component and call the click function of those. Okay, I understand. Now we gotta do the same for case transform. Why? I'm not, to be clear, I'm not disagreeing, I'm just trying to understand. So if you reference a transform, it should behave similarly. Just error proof. Okay, makes sense. Okay, so in that case we do case transform t. If that is the case, then we basically do this. I can get component on this, right? So now we can reference transforms and game objects. And then a last one, okay? Oh yeah, if I reference a... And if I reference an ILF clickable, that would be in the case of me actually doing this. Is that right? Like if I only drag that specific component in. Okay. So case ILF clickable. Right. Why don't I get my little thingies? So if it is a ILF clickable, then we just call the click, right? Yeah. Now for your sanity. Okay, this is good. This is good. Last case. Hey, wait. Just to be clear here, I just feel like I need to mention this. I pay like, I don't know, $20 a month or something to ChatGPT. If I pay you $20 a month, will you be my ChatGPT? Oh yeah, the default. You always want the default one, right? Whenever you do switch statements. Which I assume is just what happens if none of these cases are true, it goes to default and just breaks. Well, I can send my invoices, but I don't think you want my hourly consultancy price. Okay. Fair enough. AI user discovers common sense, live and leaked. So now if you reference something that's unsupported, you will at least get a log for it. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So now, let me... I use Codium extension in VS Code, and recently Codium just released an... Also, I've been standing way too long here. Just released an editor of their own called Windsurf, which is a fork of VS Code and has the AI/new workflow embedded into it, meaning it can scan all of your files so it knows more about what you're trying to do. Oh, I see. Oh, I mean, that sounds pretty dope. Okay, so now, when we try to interact... So in the zone, if we got the 10 minutes and it's seeded, yeah, absolutely true. Absolutely true. Okay, so when we try to interact, we will check these interactions, which we now can put on another one, on another game object, on like a child object. And if then we check this if it's successful with our selected item, and when it calls this function, checks if it is correct, and then goes through the whatever we have mentioned, whether that's game objects, transforms, or left clickables, if that was correct, and then it returns that bool, which means that if we found a correct or a successful interaction, we set that to true, meaning that we don't try the default clickables. If this did not work, if we didn't find a successful interaction, the bool is by default set to false, meaning that we will call the default clickables. Okay, so now in the closed trapdoor, right, let me get rid of all of this stuff. Yeah, now we can just mention this game object, right? Because if it sees that it is a game object, it's going to use get component and click all of those. So that's all I need to do. This is so much better. Holy shit. This is gonna be so much more clean. Legend, Atrium. And then here, and in that case, I don't even need this list for default interactions. Because now we can just put the default interactions on the parent object and say that if none of this was successful, then just do what we normally do, and we just have our own array created in awake with the components here. Because otherwise it's just unnecessary for me to reference all of those. let you two get back to finalizing your new approach you're both working on. Hi there, what's up? Smack GDS, how you doing? What's going on here? We are currently working on a point-and-click puzzle horror game that I just finished for a game jam. If you want to see the game jam version, it is available here. And right now, I'm planning on starting to work on a full release of this game, which is why we're doing a lot of like refactoring and trying to basically just de-spaghettify my rushed code from the game jam. Well, default interactions kinda nice to have. Yeah, I would still have default interactions, just that I can make the... Rather than making my own list of... or array, rather, of default interactions, I can just place the default interactions on the parent object. So if none of these here worked, then we just use the normal list as we created one before. So I'm still doing it, because I need to have some way of like reverting to a default... to like a default interaction, because otherwise nothing is gonna happen on the failed interaction. Good luck getting around. No worries, man. Thank you very much for the help, Atrium. This is... yeah, I think this is gonna work. I feel good about this. So, thanks, man. I really do appreciate it. Shouldn't you start from scratch altogether? You would save time in the long run. I don't think so. Not in this case, because most of it I am pretty satisfied with. It's just like the interaction system I wanted to fix. And now, since I've finally decided to set up version control, it's kind of fine. If I break the game, it's easy to just revert. Can you run into the risk of getting stuck building systems instead of progress? Yeah, that's fair. Exactly. Because most of the game I'm pretty satisfied with. I just wanted to make sure that it's easier to build upon these. Like, basically want to create a better workflow for me to make more content on the game, if that makes sense. Isn't that what software development is about anyway? What's up, Sturd? How you doing? Welcome in. Nice to see you, man. How's your Wednesday? Okay, so I want to do some slight changes here. In the item interactable. Default clickables. I think we just want to get component for those, right? As we did here. Clickables is get component, and we get all components with that interface. So here we're gonna do the same thing. Gonna remove this, which means that I don't need these default interactions. Good, it's lunchtime, so I can hop on Twitch. Nice, man. Garlic ginger tofu, sounds good. Sounds good. Okay, let's see what happens now. Clickables does not exist in the current context. Oh, just I called it default clickables. Sure, let's keep that. That is basically what this is going to be. Okay, that seems good. Should we try this? See if it works. So now anything I put on here is going to be the default interaction, which is basically only going to be door yank heavy, right? If you don't have the correct item, you're just gonna yank this trapdoor. But on a successful one, meaning that if the player has the trapdoor key, then we call these ones on the child object. which is going to be, we are going to swap the objects, but we want to play sounds on click. We want to have multiple. And then we can check the old one here, which this was the old messy code. Here we play door open quick, but that's after a 0.2 second delay. And the first one I think is unlock heavy, if I'm not mistaken. So this one, sound effects, we want 2 sound effects, which is going to be unlock heavy and door open quick. First one is gonna have no delay, the second one is gonna have a 0.2 second delay, and we're also gonna use that delay before switching the game object. Okay, let's save this in case I crash Unity. You never know, when I am up and running like this, anything can happen. Also, since I'm not working on this right click system, maybe I should disable this one for now. Oh yeah, I still need to fix so that the NPC here turns into the more greyish color as well. Okay, default interaction is working, but if I use the key, okay, we got the right sound effect, but I didn't swap objects. Did I set this up incorrectly, maybe? Trapdoor closed, child object unlock. Play sounds. Okay. Switch object. New object is the trapdoor open. Why did that one not? Huh. That is very interesting. I like the style you went with. Thank you. It is. I have to actually give some credit to the chat here. To be honest, they definitely helped me pick the style here, because I did this style at first just as a test to see like the pixel art size I wanted, and like, you know, how big the room was gonna be and stuff like that. And the plan from the beginning was to actually color everything in and like do the shading and all of it. But while kind of working on it, a lot of people seem to really like the kind of 1-bit art style. So that is basically the reason why I went for it. And I'm very happy I did, because it definitely gives me a better workflow. It's easier for me to make more content. And I think it looks more unique as well, to be honest. When placeholders made it into production, yeah, that's basically the case. That is basically the case. Wait and switch. Oh! Wait and switch doesn't do anything after the delay. That is the issue. So if you're supposed to use a delay, then start this coroutine, which waits for the specified delay, and after that we should switch the objects. Okay, I think that was the issue. Very simple mistake. Let's go! So now I feel like we should try just to make sure that this works. Which it obviously seems to do. But let's try adding another like special interaction, I suppose. Let's just call this test. And what you are going to do now, let's just play a sound effect. And let's do like... let's use impact wood. And then what we can do here is that we set up another item interaction. Which is going to call this one, where the required item, let's use the hammer. So if you use the hammer on this object, we should call the impact wood sound effect. Now, we're gonna go to our inventory and we're just gonna give ourselves a little hammer. Which should be part of my prefabs. Objects, item, inventory item, and here we should have a hammer. Let's put you in the inventory, but do I need to change you as well? Let's see, you are of type inventory item. Yeah, that's not correct. You actually need to be... I think we need you to be interactable and then have a select item on click. And that item is going to be the hammer. Apply and apply. Okay, let's see if it works. Now, no item, it's going to default to the default interaction. If I use the hammer, we get the knock on wood sound effect, and if we use the key, we unlock it. So this actually seems to work. Holy shit, I'm so happy. So much happy. How has things changed since winning all the categories in the game jam? It has changed mainly with me having a slightly bigger ego, probably. No, but it was very fun to see. I'm very happy. I did put in a lot of effort into this game jam. To be fair, I basically put in full-time working hours, you know. So it was very fun to see. Other than that, I guess I'm just more excited to make this into a full product. Yeah, I'm very thankful for everyone who checked out the game and who... everyone who rated it. It's... yeah, it feels great, to be honest. Okay, now we're gonna try using an item which we have not mentioned, and hopefully that should make it default to the normal one. So if we just click, we get the default interaction. If we use the hammer, we get the impact sound. If we use the screwdriver, we get the default one as well, since we haven't mentioned an interaction with it. That is so good! Shout out to Atrium for the help. That is basically the exact solution I was looking for. So now we should be able to make all of these item dependent objects work. This perspective is off, I just realized. That should be way more, like, more of a straight line. It looks a little bit off. Yeah, we can add so much more interactions now. This is going to be scope creep deluxe, which is now basically, if I wanted to, I could make every single object in the game have interactions with every single item. So I do think we're gonna need to keep a little bit of a balance here, but at least some extra interactions could be nice. Nice to see you got it working. I've been listening while solving import issues on my project, but I've been rooting for you in the background. Thank you very much, man. How is your import issues going? Yeah, this is awesome. Oh, those sound effects are not right. I need to fix that. I also want, this is also something I would like to fix. I don't want the entire base to be highlighted. I think we should do something where, like, you either go the outside, the doors, or maybe even the inside as well. You have a good thing going on here. I will check the game on itch later today. Thank you, man. I hope you like it. You don't have enough issues, so you need to import more. I know it's been an annoying but education days. I managed to solve the issue whilst more importantly learning why the issue arose and why the fix resolved it. I mean, that sounds good. And Smash GDS, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. That does sound good. Yeah, I feel like it's similar here, you know. We have finally made some progress. It did take a long time, but at least I have learned quite a bit today. And that's always good, isn't it? Okay, so we could basically get this entire room working now if we want to. Something I wonder is if maybe item interactable actually should derive from interactable. Because there's only like 2 functions that we need to overwrite, otherwise pretty much everything is gonna be the same. It's nice when a penny drops, yeah. Isn't even the await function the same now? Yeah, besides a little change in name. And we only added 1 extra variable up here as well. I actually think this one probably should be a child object of interactable. Question is, I suppose, how many items am I gonna have that's not a normally... Like, am I gonna end up making most objects in the rooms item interactable? I mean, a lot of them probably are. Oh, I just realized we can actually make those into like... Some of these could be prefabs, like this one for example, the test one, which plays the impact wood. We should just like call this like the default hammer interaction, make this into a prefab and just put it on like half of the objects in the game. And like, if it doesn't have a true interaction with the hammer, then you just play this sound. Oh no, actually not, because the sound, now we did impact wood. That would change. If you use the hammer on the vent, that should be like impact metal, right? Maybe even swap the sprite, make it look a little bit dented. Dude, this is scope creep deluxe. I think it's gonna be nice though. It's gonna add a lot more depth to the game. I do think we should probably fix that trapdoor though. It looks a little bit off. I actually think this should, I mean, almost even be straight. Right? Because the perspective I'm using right now is not, it's not correct. Now, yeah, this looks, it looks way off. I think that should be completely straight, to be honest. Since this is straight, and this is straight. And this is kind of in the same perspective-ish. Yeah, I probably think you should. I kind of want to try just to see how it looks. No. That also looks off, right? Yeah, I think we might want a little bit of angle, just not as much as we had first. Because this looks, yeah, this looks off as well. Does not look right. Which is weird, because if this is straight, which is like at the edge of the door, and this is also at the edge of the door, these should be the same. I think that might mean that in reality this one should have been a little bit angled as well. I think that's probably it. For now I think I'm just gonna fix this one. So let's do something like... maybe like this. Let's have a look. That's a little bit weird. Did I have it from the start? Okay, so what if we just do something like... this, maybe? Yeah, I feel like this might look more correct. Yeah, that's better. 100%. Yeah, I like it more. And this is the escape object, which we don't have yet. I haven't made a new version of that one. Let's see if we can get that working. Or did I add it? No, I didn't. So what we're gonna do is make a new one called something like escape on click. This is going to take in the interface I left clickable, which means we need a reference to, or we need to make a I left clickable.click function. And what are you going to do? You're basically not gonna do the same thing that the last script did. Escape object. So all we're gonna do is call this, right? Yeah. Okay, I don't remember the exact sound effects I used for this one. I'm gonna call this one trapdoor open, remove this. We're gonna add interactable and escape on click, as well as play sound on click, which will be room transition, I think. That might be the wrong sound effect, we're gonna check. No, that seems right. What is this? Huh. Oh, I know the issue, So we haven't worked on this room yet for the new interactable, so it's a little bit bugged. That is fine. Sweet. So now escape on click, play sound. Yeah, I think that's pretty much that one done. Boom. I suppose we're gonna make this into a new prefab as well. That's pretty much my plan. Right now, we almost have prefabs for every single object in the game, but that's the old prefabs. So I think we're gonna go through and basically redo the rooms like this. So this is just a copy of the last room, but we changed it, we unpacked it from all the prefabs and then made the refactor. So I think we can do something similar. I don't know, we're probably gonna end up changing some of the rooms a little bit for the full version. So now, what we want to do, let's take like the door. Where do I have... Oh, right. So I made this into the open door. The open part of the door is its own object. I think that's because it felt weird being able to exit by clicking on this door. So that means that the open door should be a... That should just be interactable and have the escape on click as well as a play sound on click, which is going to be room transition. The closed door is going to be item interactable, where the default ones are basically only going to play a sound on click, which is going to be door yank heavy. So the default one is to do just basically yank on the door. What's up, Unity Coder? Room/level editor when? Ooh. Yeah, that's like the ultimate scope creep to add to this game. Maybe you got a good idea here. This is like, how can we do the opposite of a speedrun to finish in this game? I kinda like it. I mean, it would be though. I do see the value, like, all jokes aside, I do see the value of level editors making it more easy. For me, in this case, I feel like working with like prefabs and stuff later on, it's easy enough. But I do imagine for some games how... Because I don't think... Didn't GMTK... He made like a level editor for his puzzle game, right? And that probably made it a lot more easy to work on it. But I think I'm just too dumb to even try to make a level editor. I just don't think I have the knowledge. But that's when you're supposed to say, maybe now is the time to learn. In before I sit there for 1 year making a level editor. Let's say closed door, you need item interactions, which is going to be... Oh yeah, and this is when we create child objects to store the... what do we call it? The components on. So, the first one is going to be... the door key. We also want... For this one, I think we might want a interaction with the hammer. I feel like that could be fun. And like what we could do with the hammer is that like if you use the hammer on the door, we like smash the window, it makes a big old noise and the monster gets alerted. But how do I make a window look smashed? Well, there should be like an impact point, right? So say that would be like an impact here. And I assume from that one we would have these little cracks going out. This is also gonna make it so that it's more difficult seeing the enemy. Maybe I shouldn't make it from the side. Maybe we should have this actually be like more centered. Does this look a bit weird? Let's try it, just for the fun of it. And always make it look a bit nicer later on. So... what we could do here is actually switch the sprite of this object. Looking at a real cracked window could help you feel alright about it. Yeah, true, true. Nice spelling. Cracked window. Like, we can't do this. Because, like, I would cover the entire thing. I feel like this looks too perfect, but I mean, I assume it could. Should I make them more straight? Wait, let's try just to see how it would look. With Ice Dog's 2 arms and 2 legs. Okay, well, okay, let's try this. Let's try this. What if we use this as like the impact point? Perfect cracks are because the glass tries to remain straight even when it separates. Oh yeah, makes sense. Should we crack it all the way? Ah, dude, we could even... Wait. Can it look better like this? This is actually really bad as well, because if the player breaks this glass, not only is it gonna alert the enemy, it's also gonna be more difficult seeing the enemy, since this is kind of gonna cover him a little bit. Okay, wait, I think this might be... Right, this might be too perfect. Why if not all of them go all the way out? Maybe that's better. Best cracks saying perfect cracks. Maybe we should just do like a little... Just do small things like this. Like keep it relatively straight, but do like some imperfections. And then a few of these like branches that kind of go off on their own path. Maybe? Pixel snowflake. Oh, I do kinda like it though. Yeah, I might have to play around a little bit with this. But that's not too bad, is it? And then obviously with the like... Is it too much? Okay, wait. Let's just try and see how it looks in game. And then we can see what we feel like doing with it. I think not having the initial hit point in the center would be more natural. Oh yeah, you mean just basically just moving this a bit to make sure it's not perfectly centered? That makes sense. Where is the player most likely to press? I feel like it's probably down here. Maybe something like this. And then we can make these branch off a little bit more this way. Yeah. If you wanted to adjust, you can spawn it on a mask that cuts off the edges. Oh, you know what I just realized? Now when you say it, I should not, because my plan here is to switch the entire door. Why would I switch the entire door? We just want to have the crack itself be a game object that we activate if you use the hammer on the door, right? Cut off the edges. Do you mean like opacity wise? Could also if we want to. Like inside the box 100%. Outside the window 0%. Oh, yeah. I see what you mean. Oh yeah, because then, if we want to go real hard on the scope creep here, which is basically what we're doing right now, we could actually spawn the crack where the player clicked. That would be very badass. And then you can make it so that we can like instantiate more and more cracks, so if the player wants to, you can like keep on cracking the window. I mean, that would be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool. So we have like a parent object of the window, and depending on where you click with the hammer, at that position, we instantiate the crack. That would be sick. And then I suppose on that parent object of the window, we apply a mask so that this one would not be visible outside of it. I'm not entirely sure how that actually works, but I mean, we can definitely try. There, the hit point where user clicks, production, hit point fixed. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna add a little bit of work, but I mean, it would be pretty dope, wouldn't it? Okay, let's try this. Holy shit, I'm having so much stroke creep for this game right now, it's actually insane. But I feel like these kind of details would add quite a bit to the game as well, wouldn't it? So... Oh my god, no... This is kind of mad. Does that mean that we have to crack the window of the open door as well? So that if you manage to actually open this door, it would actually be cracked here too. Oh my god, this is scope creep real time. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna do that now. That's like if we feel like we absolutely have extra polish time. So what we want to do is that the closed door needs to have multiple game objects that are empty. We're gonna have one called... how should I make this? Like... int unlock? Like interactable unlock? Something? Just to differentiate these from something that might be other game objects. And then we have like interaction smash. I've never seen this type of game before. What's the style called? How does one play, etc. So like the general genre of the game, I suppose, is a click and point game. Meaning that the inputs in the game is literally to point around with your cursor and click on stuff. So I think it was a bit more popular back in the days, because it's, as you might imagine, it's a pretty relatively like easy genre to stay in, because I don't have to worry about a lot of player input, because the only input in the game is clicking on stuff. Very retro, yeah, exactly. Which is kinda nice. In the old day it was called an adventure game. Nowadays probably point and click adventure is what I think you would call a lot of these back in the days. Just that I obviously put a little bit more... I think most of them probably ended up having puzzle aspects to it, I imagine. We just played a little bit more into the like horror theme here. An escape room in the modern sense, yeah. I feel like it's a... I feel good about it because it's very manageable. So what's the goal? How do you win/complete the game? Basically to escape. So you're in some type of like, haunted house, whatever you want to call it. There's a bad guy. If you get caught by him, then you're screwed. So the plan is, or the objective is basically to solve the puzzles to escape all of the different rooms and manage to escape. So for the game jam version, we did make a few... We have 4 rooms, so this was like the first room. Right now we have the second room, the third room. So all of these are like different puzzles you need to solve to get into the next room. Once you have gone through all of the rooms, you basically have completed the game. It's too manageable, let's simulate breaking glass. Exactly. All day I've been like, why they keep mentioning escape room? Yeah. No, but because it's basically a puzzle to escape the room. So exactly. It's in the like escape room genre as well. So I guess this is a... So here I put maskable. How does masking work here, exactly? I don't think I've used masks before. Okay, so this would be 28.5, I suppose? Why does that not look... Oh, 28. There we go. I think that's a square, so you should be 28. Position 20? No. 19? Wait, are you not? Okay, 19.5. There we go. This is the window. I had good results with mastering, but I don't remember how I did it. Easy to find instructions though. Yeah. Blood red would go really well with black and white. Should have a stickman watch in and use to shoot him for the lols. We do have red in the game. There is blood in the game. That is basically the 3 colors we have in the game. And it's sort of the general color theme, like most things are black and white, but even like here, the pause menu has a little bit of red details, the logo itself for the game. So red is the other color we have in the game. There is one more kind of sneaky color hid in the game. And if you want more red, you can actually get more red. Because you can change the highlight color of the game to be red instead. Now, one of the highlights are red too. So if you feel like you're missing out on red, you can get even more red. I allow you to do it. Is the avatar illuminated green sign above a door saying leave here? Should have been. It's not, it's not. But there is one more color hidden in the game. You could miss it though. It is missable, and it is in the Game Jam version. So even if you try the Game Jam version, there is one more color in the game. Okay, so we have a window here, which is maskable. I have no idea how this works. Do I add a... Yeah, there is a component called mask. Which one do I add it to? Do I add it to the child object or this one? Wait, people. I think we're going too far. I think we should start making a cracked window, and then later on we can get the, like, depending on where the user clicks. Let's not go too far here. I think we're just gonna start by cracking the window. Otherwise, if we keep going down this trajectory, this game is never gonna finish. Which means, are you too big now? We'll see. Oh, I suppose I should just try it. Cut it off like this. Boom. Let's do window cracks. Hidden on the 4th one, yeah. That would have been fun. Only if a player could rotate past 180 degrees, yeah. That's why I implement level 1 crack before level 10. Yeah, I feel like it might be a good idea to not go too far too fast. So rather than this being the window, let's just do window cracks. Let's change this sprite to these. Let's set native size. Then we move you down here and over here, which means you should be 1, you should be 19. I guess you shouldn't have a raycast target, because you're not gonna be able to interact with like the crack itself. Boom. And then let's turn you off. And also turn off the open door. To be fair though, the open door should just be a interactable object that plays a sound, which is gonna be not generic, that's fine. Something that's important is that the closed door, we actually need to raycast alpha pixels, which is otherwise clicking here is going to click through the door on the open door hitbox, which is gonna make you leave the room by just clicking on the window. Which is not okay, because these are, since you need to be able to see the monster on the other side, these are transparent pixels. Okay, so if you have the door key, then we should use this interaction called unlock, which is going to have switch object on click, as well as play sounds on click. Optional disable will be the parent object. The new object would be the open door. Delay is probably like 0.2 or something. We want 2 sound effects. Once again, we're gonna go with unlock heavy, as well as door open quick, I think it's called. And the second sound effect is going to have a 0.2 second delay as well. So that means you hear the unlock sound, and then it switches sprites and plays the door open sound effect at the same time. I think that should be good. The smash one is going to have not have one called activate object on click. That object is going to be the window cracks, no delay. The sound effect plays sound on click. I think I have one called like, do I not have like impact glass loss? We might, maybe we need one for like cracking, because I suppose impact and cracking sounds might be a little bit different, but let's try this one. No delay is not going to be temporary. Yeah, that's good. So now, if you use the hammer, we are going to do the smash interaction. Okay, I think we can try this. So let's give ourselves the door key as well, because we don't have that one right now. Objects, items, inventory items. Door key, go in here as well. Remove this one, and then we're gonna add interactable and select item on click. That item is going to be the door key. All overrides. We do want to raycast alpha pixels though, just to be a little bit more nice with the hitbox. Now, clicking we get the normal sound effect. If we use the screwdriver, we didn't make an interaction for that one, so that should give us a normal sound effect as well. It does. Now I have two keys, I don't know which one is which, just one of these goes to the trapdoor and the other one goes to the door. Let's try the hammer though, this is what we want to see. Oh, we need to fix the light effect though. Okay, we definitely gonna want a different sound effect for it, but otherwise, I mean, I think that could look pretty nice. Like I said, it's gonna make it more difficult because it's gonna be harder to see if the enemy comes here, because it's actually going to block the enemy on the other side. I wonder though, highlighting and everything would actually be easier if we make it so that you switch the door sprite. Because I suppose I could make a new like interface thing that like switches sprite on click, and then I don't have to change any of the logic for the closed door. Because I don't know if it feels weird, even if we do make this, let's see, if we make the crack into a lit material. Does it look weird, the fact that you don't highlight the cracks, only the door? For some reason I feel like this almost makes it look like the cracks are behind the door. Also, just realized, if you smash it, we should obviously alert the enemy as well. I think maybe switching sprites actually would be better. So I don't think I can make... Can I make the highlight system... I mean, I suppose I could make the highlight system highlight the child objects as well. No, wait, not as long as this one doesn't have a raycast target. That wouldn't work. Okay, I think we're gonna do it this way. Now, on this one, rather than activate another object, I think we want to switch sprites. Which I don't think I have one for in the new interactable system. We do have switch objects, but I want to add a script called switch sprite on click. This one is going to take in the iLeft clickable interface, and we are going to make a void iLeft clickable.click. We need some references though. We need to have a... So we are... we're working with images and stuff, which means that we're gonna need to use the namespace unity engine.ui. You're gonna have a, not public, that's unnecessary. Let's serialize a field and make a public image, which is like image to change. And we're gonna serialize a new field. Why did I serialize and then call it public? Private. Make it highlight areas with dangerous levels of aerosolist? How the fuck do I say that? Particles, so you know where not to point your cursor. I do think something that would be cool doing is to make more stuff that's like about not only where you click, but where you point the cursor. We have talked about before, maybe having like one specific jump scare or something that you only get by, you know, pointing your cursor at that specific place. Which I think could be pretty cool. That's all we want to do, really, isn't it? See if that works. So you should now have a switch sprite on click. The image is going to be the closed door, and the new sprite is going to be this one. Then we need to go into our art folder. I've seen you can buy air particle detectors and air cleaning devices at IKEA. Ah, I see. Okay, I gotcha. What do I call this one? Door 0. And I suppose this is door 1, isn't it? Door 0 cracked? I don't know. Maybe. Does that update this one? Door 0 cracked, it does. Okay, let's see if this works. Holy shit, I have not committed once again. A single time today. I think it's time to commit. Yeah. I think that's better. Now the crack will be highlighted with the window, but the window is still fully, or the door itself is still fully interactable. What did just happen? That was odd. Oh. What? Double doors, indeed. That one turn on. Did I not turn this one off? So that would be here when we unlock switch object. Optional disable is the closed door. You should have been disabled. If I disable you. Okay. Oh, I know why. It is because the open door is technically a interactable object, which is it looks the same as the normal door, but I've turned it invisible. The issue is that in the start function, I changed the color of the image, since we made all objects like a little bit grayish instead, and only white when you actually highlight them. So that changes the sprite of the open door. I suppose I could make a bool to check whether or not you want to change the color in the start function. Otherwise, what we could do, let's see, I do need you to be an interactable item. I suppose I theoretically could just use an actual transparent image. What happens if I... Can I have an image that's... No. No, this is gonna happen. You're just gonna become a blob, aren't you? I can't make you dark either. That would... Because you're still gonna be set to grey, and you would also block the enemy. So that would be an issue. But I need to have an image, because otherwise I can't click on it. But I don't know... Can you just have like a... I mean, I suppose I could have a transparent image, because then changing the color wouldn't do anything. I think that could work. And the size doesn't even matter, because we can just change the size. So we just do like transparent. And now the... Why do I have two open doors? This is the actual door that's open. This is rather like the exit, I suppose. And the exit should have the transparent background. Now it doesn't matter what I do here. You're not gonna be affected. And the size should remain the same, because we just stretch that image. That transparent image. Only important thing is that we made sure that we raycast alpha pixels, which we do. Now, I think this should be fine. Oh. Dude, maybe we want to highlight the actual outline of the door when you hold here. That would be kind of sick. Okay, I need to turn on transparent pixels for this one as well. I feel like this should click on the door. Oh, that's a bit annoying though, isn't it? That means that this would also click on the door, and this would also click on the door. Sprite would be like this. Maybe that's fine, it's not too much. Yeah, I think that's better than this not clicking on the door, because that feels weird. So open door, interactable, raycast alpha pixels, and then exit. What do I want to do with you? I actually think... How would I do this? Okay, we need to create a new one. Which should be the same size as the door outline. What if we copy this one? We remove all of this. And then we save this. Now, rather than having this one be transparent, let's rename you into door exit 0, I don't know. Make you this big and apply. Now, exit should be the correct size as well, and the image should be updated. Let's see how it looks. I think this is gonna be nice, because now you can actually highlight the exit itself. Yeah. Should it be in front of the door? Oh, but then you wouldn't highlight this spot. Yeah, I think this is fine. Okay, this is good, we're making some decent progress here. Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with this like interaction system as well. It's definitely a bit of scope creep. Because now, this lamp, for example, should you really just be interactable? Should you not have a child object that plays the sound effect of impact metal? And then we make you a item interactable. So that if you would use a hammer on this lamp, then it makes a louder noise. You really need to be, because didn't we make this so it actually works? I could place another, no, because if I place another sound effect here, that will also be called as the default one, so no. Let's do this. So if hammer, then call those clickables instead. This is why I think this was a little bit of scope creep, because we can just keep on going like this and basically create infinite interactions for every single object that we have. What's up, Verity? Welcome back. How you doing? That's pretty nice, though. It feels a lot more interactive. Even though it doesn't actually do anything different, all it does is play a different sound effect if you use the hammer. I kinda like it. Noise? Yeah. Every little helps indeed. Soulfrog, moin moin, how you doing? Welcome in. How you doing this Wednesday? I quite like it. Should we make it drop down if you smash it? Maybe. I think a better question is, if you smash it, if you hit it with a hammer, should we not alert the enemy? Because that would make a loud noise, wouldn't it? Dude, this is so much scope creep. I kinda don't mind, because I feel like it's gonna make the game better. Just might need to make sure to not go like too far with this stuff. Not so good, I am ill. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I hope you get better. If you smash it 14 times, it breaks loudly and shatters into 64 pixels bouncing around the room. Here, now we're talking, now we're talking. This is the type of scope creep we want. I mean, it would be pretty dope though. We actually do have one pixel animation in the game. We do have an animation for dripping water, which I was quite happy with. I don't think I can play it right now, because, you know, that room is kind of broken since we started refactoring. But if you play the Game Jam version, you will see it. And of course, just to do a little bit of self-plugging here, if you want to check out the Game Jam version of this game, you have a link right over there. Vent closed. Should we make it so that you can put a dent in the vent by smashing it with the hammer? Am I ever going to have a vent in the same room as a hammer? I don't know. Do I still kind of want to do it? Yeah. Dude, I'm actually starting to think, am I gonna use any straight up just interactable items? Or am I gonna, because I start adding it so that you can have multiple interactions, is this gonna force me to make every single item have multiple, every single object have multiple interactions? Okay, official release date 2028. I need to set up a Steam page as well. I really wanna set up a Steam page for this game. I think I should start working on that pretty soon. Can you please add drivable vehicles? Nah, go for 2026. Dude, my hope would be to be done with this game in like a few months. So yeah, basically 2025. But if we keep on going the route we're going now with this amount of scope creep, you never know. Because the weird thing is that if we keep adding a lot of these interactions, like for example being able to smash the door with a hammer, which obviously should have a different sound effect later on, but this is placeholder for now. Does that not give the player like a feeling that you should be able to smash this vase as well? But now you would just get the default animation. Is that weird? Do I need to make every object smashable because I have a hammer in the game? Well, each item has interaction count-wise. Should be a case of what feels natural, so one item could have a couple interactions where something else could have 3-4 interactions. Yeah, I do think it depends a little bit. Now I'm awake at the reasonable morning hour. I'm back. Welcome back, Matt. And good morning, I suppose. Nice crack implementation. Thank you, man. Yeah, I feel pretty good about it. The art we can always polish if we want to, but like the thing is, I've seen a lot of people while playtesting actually try to use the hammer on the door, and it always feels like there's a little bit of a that didn't do anything. Just people like expect something to happen, so I feel like adding stuff like this could be nice. Woke up in the middle of the night and went back to sleep, but when I did, I made a great joke. Oh, I love the smash of the door. Will that alert the monster? Yes, right now it does indeed alert the monster. Would be fun to use the hammer somewhere on the wall. Find a hole with an object. Yeah, I definitely think that the hammer is one of these objects that we could have a lot of interactions with. Like, I think people generally are going to want to try the hammer on a lot of things. Kinda same thing with the screwdriver, but not as much. Like, people are not gonna try the screwdriver on tablecloth, because you don't expect that to be an interaction. Whereas, like, maybe the screwdriver on the crate, maybe. Screwdriver on the clock. We also need to keep in mind that all of these objects might not appear when you actually have these. Because normally, like, in the Game Jam version, when you finally get a hammer, there's no more vents in the game. So, by that reasoning, it might be unnecessary to add that kind of stuff now, if we don't know that these are gonna be visible in the same room. Even this one, actually. Hello, that was one big raid. Welcome in, raiders, how you doing? Alex, thank you so much for that massive raid. Let me throw a big old shout out here. How are you doing? You have Dev in your name, so I suppose you have been deving it up as well. Welcome in, raiders. We are currently working on a point-and-click puzzle horror game. Doing some refactoring and stuff, so kind of breaking the game more than I'm making it, but overall it's doing pretty good. Adnil, thank you very much for that follow. I appreciate it. If anyone wants to... I just finished this game for a Game Jam version, so if anyone wants to check out the Game Jam version, you can do so here. Plan now is to make a full game out of this. I can't stick around, but I hope you enjoy your stream. Thank you very much, man. I will make sure to drop by your stream at some point. And of course, if you have to raid and run, then do so. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. Okay, Theodore, welcome in. Very Evil Shadow as well. To be Lewis. Zekava, sorry if I'm butchering some names here, but welcome in, people. Ingen 2, is that a Swedish name? And Winter as well. Redius, thank you for that follow, much appreciated. Much appreciated. How you doing, people? What was Alex working on? Clueless Cat Burger, thank you for the follow. That is a great name.
Verity underscore is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Verity. Godot modding. Oh, interesting. Interesting. That sounds like it's above my pay grade. Or rather, my knowledge grade, I suppose. Peeps have weird display names. Dude, I feel like it's Twitch culture. Like, I feel like the majority of people have funny usernames, and you know what? I kinda like it. I don't mind. Anytime was thinking about your health. Thank you, Verity. Now, Godot is easier than Unity, is it? Not modding it. Alex loves Godot. I mean, I would probably like to try Godot at some point. It's just that I'm still a relatively new developer, and I feel like I'm just getting to the point where I feel like a bit comfortable with Unity. So I feel like doing a switch now would not make a lot of sense for me personally. But I do like the fact that Godot is open source. Like, that is pretty dope, not gonna lie. For 2D maybe, but overall Godot confused the heck out of me compared to Unity and Unreal Engine. Oh, I see. Yeah, I suppose it's a bit subjective as well, isn't it? Modding a Godot game? Oh, interesting. Close Norwegian, I see. I see, welcome in. Loves with rotation marks? Okay, okay. We need to fix this highlight as well. This feels weird. I feel like maybe the inside of the cabinet shouldn't be highlighted whatsoever. Because this looks off, right? Okay, should we make the vent work maybe? Yeah, this room is a little bit broken now. Like I said, we are working on like refactoring and stuff here, so some parts of the game not fully in a working state at the moment. But we're getting there, slowly but surely. It's just, like I said, from the start I made this game for a game jam, so there were some, you know, some systems that were made with a bit of stress. So trying to basically improve the foundation a little bit before we keep on building. You know what I mean? I think what makes it confusing is likely that they made the systems in order of what is convenient to the programmers rather than following a user experience plan. Maybe you were used to the other two, perhaps. I, with very little knowledge, very little to no experience in all engines, found Godot to be the most user-friendly. Interesting. Yeah, I suppose there's an argument to be made that it might depend on what you're used to as well. That's every open source project ever. Yeah, maybe, fair point. What's up, Twisted? How you doing? How you doing? Another streamer here on Twitch. Make sure to go and check out Twisted Stranger if you haven't. How you doing, Twisted? Also, you should check out his YouTube channel where the last video posted, as far as I know, or at least one of the last videos posted, is him playing my game. Which is pretty dope. Doing pretty good, just had some lunch, nice. How goes the game making? It goes pretty good. I should say we had a very slow start today. I spent most of the time basically thinking about how to do stuff rather than doing a lot of stuff. But I think that's still valuable. Like, in the end, like I've said before, I'm here to learn, so if I don't make progress in the game, that might seem like it's bad, but as long as I'm making progress as a developer, I still think it's good. I don't mind. So yeah, but we did fix the system I was struggling with. So now we got all of these like item dependent objects basically working as they should. So it feels very good. Feels very good. Not without some help. Massive shout out to Check's Party, Verity, Atrium, everyone who's helped me out with tips and stuff. Putting the brain in brainstorming, yeah, exactly. Tell that to Alex, he felt like he just wasted a ton of hours getting nowhere. Yeah, no, I do, like, I felt that as well. I felt a little bit like, shit, I probably should get more stuff done, because I think when I was at like the 4-hour point in today's stream, I still didn't really feel like I had done some stuff, but nothing that was fully working yet. So I just felt like, am I not making any progress here? But yeah, to be fair, like I said, I think that it's still valuable for someone like me who's still trying to learn stuff. Because my sole focus isn't making this game. Like, I also put a lot of emphasis on trying to learn. I've done this with the 3 days Godot experience. That looks pretty fucking sick, dude. Dude, did you do all of this? With only 3 days experience? This looks sick, man. Wait, you did say 3 days of Godot experience. Wait, but do you mean you had... Wait, no, you said you had little to no experience at all. That's pretty damn... That's pretty damn impressive, man. It looks sick. I went back to my main focus, that being Python. Oh, interesting. So okay, at least you do have some coding background, I assume. Oh yeah, good on ya. That looks nice. Working menu as well. Yeah, I've been doing dev stuff for almost 5 years. Okay, now I feel a little bit better. I don't know if I linked it already, but I did some noise and particles in Godot in case I make a Christmas game soon. Ooh. Ah, that looks nice. Dude, I've still never tried doing anything with like particle systems and stuff. Yeah, that looks cool. Good job. I started off modding Call of Duty. Oh, interesting. Now focus on making desktop apps. Nice. I've technically made one app. Something that isn't considered a game. Which I did just for fun. I have this little virtual dice box. Which is, yeah, basically just dice for different, you know, tabletop and role-playing games and stuff. I just did it for fun, for practice. Like I said, I put a lot of emphasis on trying to learn and get better. So that's something I made just to practice and see if I could. It's pretty simple though, not gonna lie. It wasn't really that. I did try to add some extra stuff, like there's an ambient music player and stuff like that, but I had fun making it. Ask me anything, Swedish, English, Portuguese, game dev, pixel art, programming, interesting? What's interesting? Is that my tags on Twitch? I think that's my tags on Twitch, isn't it? No, never. Yeah, I mean, most of those make sense in this context. If you're wondering about the languages, I am also a little bit of a language nerd. So if you would look at like my YouTube channel, like 90% of my content is about languages. As in not programming languages, to be clear. But then, obviously, recently I got really into like coding and game development. So I've been a little bit obsessive about this recently. And now I spend about 8 to 10 hours a stream basically working on this game. But I enjoy it. Wait, Spanish? I do speak a little bit of Spanish, but I wouldn't say like I did study a bit of Spanish in school, but nowadays I kind of feel like I speak more like Portuñol, because if I try to speak Spanish, what I end up doing is that I'm just thinking in Portuguese and then trying to translate to Spanish. And German, moin moin, that's the only thing I know. No, it's not the only thing. I know, like, you know, what is it? Guten Tag, Guten Morgen. Some few stuff like that. Moin moin I learned very recently though, watching Hey Jew, another developer. A German developer. I noticed everyone kept saying moin moin, so I was like, what is this? You may sit down again. Dude, it's so good I have you here, Verity. You're actually keeping the time for me. Even though you're the one who made me stand up, wasn't it? Yeah. That's funny. Open. Wait, this is an interaction. So interaction open. Which, if you open this one, what do? We switch game object to the open vent. We disable the closed vent. Delay? No, we don't need a delay. We are going to alert the enemy because this makes a noise. Speaking of noises, we're gonna play a sound effect, which is going to be impact metal. Is there anything else we need to do? I think that is basically it. Now we can make a new interaction here, which is if you have the screwdriver, then call those functions, otherwise only play the not metal. And that should be a fully functioning vent. Yeah, it was you indeed. Should have got an extra 10 minutes for free lot. You probably could have. You probably should have. I mean, I did stand for 20 minutes before, basically doubling the amount of time, just because I was distracted. So, yeah, very true. I think Finnish has moin moin too, but I haven't spoken to them yet. Maybe. I should know, I'm half Finnish. But I don't speak a lot of Finnish, you know. Only the, you know, casual swear words and that stuff. And for some reason I know how to say I am Santa Claus. I don't know why I know it, but that's one of the few things I know how to say in Finnish. Minua olen joulupukki. That means I am Santa Claus. Also, ei sapeite, which means do not cover. It's on basically every single Swedish radiator. When I first joined, I saw a bit of your code and there was a lot of nesting. Are you not a fan of early returns and switch rules? I mean, I am starting to use more early returns, but I think the main thing here is that, you know, I'm still a bit of a newbie when it comes to coding, so sometimes there's definitely a lot of nesting. But I did watch that video by, what's his name? Code Aesthetics, really good YouTube channel, I could recommend. And yeah, I do know after that one I started trying to not like go as far with the nesting, because I realized that it's pretty easy with doing like early returns instead, right? Because then you can just, well, if this thing, yeah, you just return early and you don't have to nest the rest below it. But I don't know what you mean about a lot of nesting. I don't see no nesting. Yeah, this one this is one that could change, right? Destroy a found after checkpoint. If this is the case, then destroy the object, otherwise return. This I could just say, if this is not the case, then return, and otherwise destroy the game object, right? That kind of stuff. I think he calls it a neverness. Oh yeah, I remember that term. When you see a pretty Suomi lady, you tell her... Okay, do I dare saying this without having a translation? Do I? Of my well-braided beard is what Google Translate tells me. This bitch is your Santa? Maybe, who knows? Might be. You know, I'm not admitting to anything here. But potentially. Mans is like when I first joined and saw your horrible code. Yeah, basically. No, but it's fine. Yes, but the beauty is that you don't need the else branch. You just write the rest of the function at the same indentation level. Yeah, exactly. But just then... It basically is the same. It does the same exact thing. Just that rather than having else messages, you just return early. So that means that if you're below that part of the code, you know that everything above it was true. So it doesn't need to be in, like, nested, right? It's probably incorrect grammar, but she'll suddenly start critiquing your face, which is weird. Okay, sound effect works. And we can open it. Of course the question is, should we be able to smash the vent with a hammer? Maybe. But I think we should try and add these more and more as we go. If we see that this might be a interaction that's needed, rather than going too far. Should you be able to smash this vase? Maybe. This room is almost fully functional. If all you have is a hammer, all your problems look like nails. Yeah, that's what I mean. I actually think that's kind of true in this game as well. Because I feel like as soon as people get a hammer, the inclination to want to, like, see what objects it works on seems very big. Like, people end up trying the hammer on a lot of different stuff. Please say Ich hasse Spielentwicklung. So I think that... Wait, Okay, so heiße would be like what you call like ich heiße. That's like I'm called blah blah blah. I don't know if that's different. Hasse. The last piece is definitely game development, 100%. Because the Swedish variety would be Spelutveckling, which obviously sounds very similar. I hate game dev. Oh shit, I'm fucked up. Okay. Well, thank you guys very much for watching. Imp Mia. Sorry if I butchered your name. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Welcome in. Arrival movie quote. Ooh, I remember that movie. I quite like that one. But it's a long time since I saw it. When did that one release? Oh no, I'm gonna feel old, I think, if I hear it. To be fair, it's not hard to butcher some name. Yeah. Well, Phil, your name probably gets butchered as well. How many people actually spell out every number? How often does a streamer call you Phil81334? Or 81,334. Oh no, did I botch it anyway? Oh no! Should we make the crate work, maybe? You'll only say filters and the numbers can be safely be omitted. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. Yeah, we're gonna turn this into prefabs we can reuse later on anyway, so we might as well see if we can finish this one. So, closed crate. Should not use this old spaghetti code. You should use the interactable. And then we want item interactable, so never mind, you should not use interactable. And the sound effect for the general default interaction would be play sound on click, and that would be knock wood. And we're gonna have an interaction which we're gonna put on a child game object just to keep it a little bit more clean. This is going to be interaction smash, which is going to play a sound effect of impact wood. It is going to switch object on click. It's going to disable the closed crate, and it's going to enable the open crate. Is that it? Yeah, I suppose. No, you're gonna alert the enemy because this makes a noise. Now, whoops. You have to pronounce the vowels hard in German. Well, German is one language I never looked a lot at, to be honest. It's one of those where I've just heard a little bit of input here and there, enough to have like... I know the grammar can be pretty weird in German. You guys sometimes put like verbs at the end of your sentences, even though generally speaking it is a SVO language, as they call it, subject, verb, object. Good old spaghetti code, exactly. Will you be able to find the hammer and the screwdriver in the first room? No, you won't. This is just for testing purposes at the moment. I mean, I don't know. To be fair, is this gonna be the first room? We don't know. Because we're definitely gonna add more rooms. I kinda like the rooms we have now. Especially the furnace one, I think it might be the best. But I still think there might be a few changes we want to do. And basically just polish the rooms up even more and make them even... like, focus on making the puzzles good, I feel like. Okay, holy shit, wait. People. We need to take a quick intermission here. If I'm not mistaken, I am currently sitting at 899 followers. Which means that whoever follows me next is officially going to be the 900th follower. That's a pretty cool thing to be now, isn't it? There you go, Zekava, thank you very much for the follow, that is very much appreciated. I hope you can now feel proud of forever being my 900th follower. Unless someone don't unfollow, I'm just saying, like, let's not go overboard here. Let's, and you know what that means? Oh wait, did I not update correctly? Oh shit, wait, were you the 901th? Did I just lie to you? Hashtag scam? Maybe. Because now, it went from 899 to 901. Let's unfollow. No, let's not do anything like that. That's a little bit... You know. Let's all be cool and collected here, okay? Let's say this. If you already follow the channel, then you're a pretty cool person. I like you. If you don't follow the channel, I actually like you as well. Would I like you a little bit more if you follow the channel? Maybe. I'm not gonna say yes, but yes. Scammed. Maybe, but it was not intentional, I promise you. I promise you. Mine did say 899. For some reason after you followed it said 901. It was not intentional, I promise. Whoa, chat is popping today. Indeed, how you doing, Sendit? Welcome in. Sendit is another developer here on Twitch, currently making a restaurant simulator. Don't be hasty. Well, he hasn't worked on the game in like a week, lol. Oh, well, that's just a week. How you doing, Sendit? Okay, I think that's all we need for the Smash interaction. So let's do boom. And let's check if you have the hammer, then do that. Otherwise, just play the knock wood sound effect. Let's see, create inside should not be a... Should it be an interactable object? Maybe. Maybe. Let's make it an interactable object and let's only do a sound effect, which is going to be knock wood. Last but not least, we have the open crate, which I think for now is only going to be an interactable object with the sound effect knock wood. And I think that means we should have a fully functioning crate as well. Going well, nice man. Glad to hear it. Do I not have a ray trust target on the... Yeah, I'm trying to highlight the outside of the crate. I wonder if I'm just missing the... Yeah, ray trust target should be set to true, but it's important that we don't ray trust alpha pixels, and we don't. Should be fine, just otherwise we won't be able to pick stuff up inside of it. There we go. Maybe I shouldn't make the inside an interactable object. Does this look weird? Being able to highlight only the inside. Maybe we should only make the outside be interactable. Yes, as in yes, it does look weird. Yeah, I thought it looked a little bit off as well. So maybe someone might assume there's a hidden bottom to the box. Yeah, maybe. The best language is Danish. How are you all doing? Dude, it does not beat Swinglish, no chance. Should we make... Oh! Maybe that's what I should make. Make like a channel point reward for me to speak in a super Swinglish accent for like 10 minutes. That is gonna... Dude, that shit would that would impress you guys so much. If I just go full Swedish on my English accent. Like, you might think my accent can be a little bit half shitty already. If I go full Swedish on you, dude, there's no return. The Swedish, the like over exaggerated stereotypical Swedish accent in English is immensely horrible. That's all I'm gonna say. If you hide an object in it, you don't need to highlight the inside, right? Yeah, that's what I kinda mean. I mean, I do it with some stuff, but I think it's more weird with this crate because the inside is not really another object itself. Because, like, for example, with this box, you can highlight the inside. But that's because, I mean, this is not the inside of the box, this is the stuff that's on the inside, if that makes sense. So, yeah. I think this looks like it makes more sense compared to this. This looks weird. I feel like this looks fine, because this is still another object that you are highlighting. Whereas here you're highlighting only the inside of this object. I don't know, it feels weird. What's up, Bjarne? How you doing? Welcome in. Let me give a little shout out here as well. Bjarne is one who made all the music and sound effects for the Shroud of Gloom. So check him out. How you doing, man? Yeah, I don't think it's necessary to highlight the inside. The only real issue is that much of the inside is hidden, so it should only really need the inside to be interactable if you were going to take a closer look or something. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so create inside. I mean, I could keep it interactable, but just not highlight it. That would still make it so that you can get a sound effect from it. Just that it's not highlighted. Because otherwise clicking here wouldn't give you no sound effect. What do you think, guys? Yeah, if highlighting is an indicator of an interactable object, then inside the box should not highlight. By that reasoning, I might highlight too much. Because you can even highlight this shelf. All it does is play a sound effect. Technically not interactable. The door. The open, this one, after it's open. It doesn't actually, like, you don't really interact with it more than playing a sound effect, that is. I don't know, I still kinda like it, but I feel like the inside here looked that looked too off. Same thing here, highlighting the entire base of the cabinet when you hover in the inside, I don't like. I think maybe that's what we should do. If it's like an empty inside of something, we shouldn't highlight it. This I feel like looks fine. This looks weird, and highlighting this also looked weird. Swinglish at the bar be like... wait. I need to go to the toilet, can you hold my keys for an eye blink? Any sounds that need made? Yeah, we need a cracked window. That is probably the most important sound we need now. Because I'm using the fallen vase sound, which doesn't really give the same impact, I suppose. So if you wanna fix that one, then feel free to. Is it weird that the glass is not broken once you open the door? It is a little bit weird, isn't it? Only like a cracking sound though? Yeah, since we actually don't break the window, because breaking the window would be weird, because then you could argue that you could just like climb out the window or unlock it from the outside. But we do want to crack it, and I suppose there should be some impact, because I mean, it is made by smashing it with a hammer. But yeah, it shouldn't be a window breaking per se. Like, as in, we don't want to hear glass pieces falling on the ground, I suppose. Yeah, can we... Do people want me to speak in a Swedish accent? Is that what we... Does that sound nice to you guys? Here's a 1 in chat if you want me to start speaking only with a super Swedish accent. Okay, Björn and Verity wants it. Peace out, Ombre. Have a good one. Okay, how you doing, Phil? Thank you very much for dropping by today, man. It was nice to have you here. Have a good one. It's just that the Swedish accent is, at least as a Swede, it's so cringe, man. Alright, at least when you go like full on, like I might still have a little bit of a Swedish accent breaking through every now and then. I'm not saying I'm not perfect. Or what, maybe a Western Swedish as well? Oh, Gothenburg. Yeah. Maybe that's what I should do. Maybe try to see if the change in how my stream performs if I only speak in a Swedish accent. So from now on, I am only going to speak with a very Swedish accent. And from now on, this is how I am always going to speak. So what were we working on here? Have you ever made a 3D game with hands? No. I mean, so far, to be honest, I have never made a 3D game whatsoever. I have only worked with 2D. This is annoying. Like, I actually have to, like, intensely try to speak with a more Swedish accent. Stop, make it stop. What's up, Myon Sasa? How are you doing today? Another Swedish man coming into the stream here today. Very welcome. I hope you are doing wonderful. Yeah, this is the new accent that we are going to have here on the Mad Sherpy stream. Mad Sherpy stream. This is from now on how we are always going to speak. With that perfect Swedish accent. Yeah, it's very horrible. It's very horrible. I'm surprised that we only lost like 2 viewers doing that. Yeah, the Swedish accent is just mwah. It's not grow up so much, Yubby. That video is so good. That video is so good, holy shit. How you doing, Mionsi? Nice to see you, man. Thank you. I can't make hands natural. Hands are super difficult. Like, I did make hands for the monster, but I should say this is even 2D as well, keep in mind. But I 100% trace the shit out of these. Like, there's no way I can... I can't draw hands for shit. It's way too difficult, so I feel you, man. The thick Swedish accent, in my humble opinion, isn't common because English noises are difficult. Swedes are just anxious to sound correct. Yeah, I do feel like it's like with most accents and stuff in general, isn't it? Like, often where you end up hearing, like obviously now when I do it, I really try to exaggerate it as much as possible. Obviously the vast amount of people in Sweden like wouldn't speak English like that. But there are, obviously there's some truth to some of it, because what ends up happening a lot of the time is that you hear, like the most easy way to find a Swedish person is because they end up, you know, they have the Swedish I creep into the English pronunciation. So rather than saying something like speak, they go like speak. Like I speak English. And like if you hear that E, which is like the most Swedish fucking sound ever, then it's like instant like, yeah, that's a Swede. It's a weird one. We do pronounce that letter in a pretty interesting way compared to a lot of other languages. But yeah, like I said, when it comes to languages and accents and stuff, most of the time, you know, they are a bit exaggerated. But definitely not, like, if you look at that, like, it not grow up so much job here. Like, that man speaks... Dude, can we watch that one? Like, that's probably the best Swinglish accent I have ever heard. Let's try it. Will it show up if I just search for Swinglish? Literally the first one. Here you have some good old Swinglish.
You don't want immigrants, foreigners to come and take your jobs here?
No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
It's not grow up so much of job. This you have a nivå, and I think we have problem just with the invasion
Just med.
from other countries, right. And these people have no education to take job so much here. So
to take job so much. Oh, it's so funny, dude. Yeah, classic. This is annoying. I feel like I have to make another open door with the smashed window. I kinda need to, don't I? I feel like it looks weird seeing that one not be smashed afterwards. Should be pretty easy as well. Can I not just copy this one? And then we would flip it, put it like here, and then just stretch it to fit here. I mean, that was not really... I mean, it's better though. Let's just maybe go a little bit further. And let's like connect all of this stuff. It's not great. It's not too bad. I think this is pretty easy to implement as well. Because I think I might actually change the switch object script to make it a little bit more flexible. Because if we look at the closed door, you have an here, switch object on click. Because what I'm thinking is that instead of having that, we can make two lists of objects to deactivate and objects to activate, and we can have however many references that we might want. Makes sense for people who learn languages later in life to have a heavy accent. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. That is absolutely true. If you don't decide early in life to be lazy and dumb, there is no precedent to become as such. Not to imply that all accents are due to low intelligence. Yeah, no, it definitely isn't. I think people often mistake a bad accent or a bad level in a language. I mean, it's common for people to mistake that and interpret it as low intelligence, but it absolutely isn't. I mean, especially if we're talking about, like, obviously your not native language. It just depends on how much people have studied it, really. Or how much input, how much practice they've had. So should I make a new one? Because if I change this one, I have to change almost every single object I have here. Yeah, I think we're gonna make a new one, which is gonna call, rather than switch object, it's going to be switch objects on click. On lock. That's not what I wanted. Delete. Go away. C#, switch objects on click. There we go. Let's implement the I left clickable. And then here, I think we are going to serialize a field with a private array of game objects called objects to deactivate. And then we're gonna copy this, paste it here, and we're gonna call this objects to activate. And then we just make a void I left clickable dot click. If that one is called, when I had an unfamiliar accent, it takes me a long time to decode it. Brain goes Draco mode. I feel like certain accents can be really hard to recognize. I feel like accent is one, especially if you're talking about like in your non-native language and stuff. Like, I still like, I'm at a pretty like decent-ish conversational level in Portuguese, and like obviously I can hear the difference between like Brazilian Portuguese and European Portuguese, because that's, you know, is a quite big one. But like individual accents in Portugal, that's harder. It's definitely harder for me to tell the difference. The more extreme you go, then yeah, maybe like, I know some conventions of like how Northerners speak and like the general accent of like how Southerners speak, but you know, a native person could probably tell like between these neighboring cities, whereas like for me as a, you know, non-native speaker, that's difficult. Oh, I was gonna say destroy, that's not what I want to do. Let's just set active false, and then in this one, I don't need to say dot game object, because this is a list of game objects. So set active true. That should be all I need. So now we go to the closed door on smash. Let's remove switch. Oh shite. Oh no, what we do here is that we add another switch sprite on click, but this one, it's actually going to switch the sprite of the open door. to the new one, and then when you unlock it, I don't need the script I just made. I actually don't need it. Yeah, because I think I mixed it up, because here I actually don't switch game objects, I just switch sprites. Yeah, I might use that one at some other point. Now, we're gonna take this one, and this is going to be... Well, whoops. Let's get the door handle in there as well. Interesting, I actually don't have the door handle in. I have not noticed that. Let's bring you in. I have completely missed that, I forgot to include the door handle. Door 1 cracked. Apply. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to our yeah, no, Smash. You want to switch the open door sprite to the door 1 cracked. And then we want to take this open door. You probably look a little bit messed up now, don't you? Let's set native size. That would get this door handle. And then probably need to move you a little bit, right? Whoops. So you should be here then? Yeah. That looks right. Oh wait, do you not even see the door handle? Because it melts into this one. Wait, is the door handle only one? Oh no. It goes out 2 pixels, but I actually think the other one lines up perfectly here or here. Ah, that's fine. It's gonna be visible in other rooms. Now open door. Turn you off. Now I'm pretty sure we should be able to smash both the doors. Which sounds weird, just technically it should be the same door, but you know what I mean. So, uploaded the window crack sound. Noise, let's have a look. Boom. Now we unlock you. And it is indeed the cracked version. I'm not sure I love it, but I think it's better than not having it be cracked. Because that was relatively easy to add as well. Okay. There we go. Let's see how it sounds with the new sound effect. Just 1 second. Oh, this is the wrong one. isn't it? Yeah, I need to go to... I keep forgetting that I've started using GitHub, which, speaking of which, I still haven't committed anything. I am actually bad. I still haven't committed a single time today. Assets, projects, audio, sound effects. Wait, did it not download? That's weird. Oh, wait. Did I just save it in a very weird place? That could be it as well. No, I actually don't think I downloaded that one. That's weird. 1 second. Boom. Game effects. Oh, I think I exited out of the page before it was done downloading. I think that was the reason why. Oh, whoopsie. Okay, window hit and crack. Move you over into this one. Then we need to go to our audio system where we have all of our sound effects. Let's do window hit and crack. How's the... Doesn't look too loud. Maybe 0.3. I think I might actually need to turn up the volume of the entire game, to be honest. I think I might have gone a little bit too low volume on like everything. Well, I think I'll get going to sleep. Okay, thank you very much for being here, Carol. And yeah, you did a 12-hour stream, so yeah, go get yourself some sleep. Thank you much for being here, though. Appreciate it. Last but not least, we need to make sure to always go to the closed door and make sure that if we do the smash here, this should be window crack. Okay. Let's have a listen. That's very nice. Oh, it seems to be pretty decent volume as well. Oh yeah, you can actually keep on hitting it, but it would alert the enemy every single time though, so risky. Oh, we need to get this jump scare here to work as well. That one is... I still haven't coded anything for that. I think that's going to... Yeah, I'll see how I handle that one. Maybe a bit more low end on it. Maybe. I mean, if you think so. I trust your intuition. Oh, these don't have sound effects. That's not good. That feels weird. Oh, that is the vent, and we should have canal. Let's make you interactable. I don't know if we should highlight this one. This might be another one that might look weird if it's highlighted. Not metal. And then vent open, interactable. Play sound, not metal. Oh, I don't think you have a raycast on the open vent, do I? No, because before we had the system that makes transparent pixels not be targeted. The hitbox of the open vent would block the inside, which is this would be considered part of this vent as well. As now. This is fully working. Sweet. Dude, I'm actually really happy about this highlight system. Except for this part. But otherwise, I'm really happy about it. Add a new one. Okay, let's have a look. Replace indeed. Then let's have a listen. Yeah, that's better. I like it. No? No. I can't smash the open one. I don't know if that's needed though. Generally speaking, if someone opens the door, you're on the way out of the door, aren't you? Maybe... Oh no, I think the audio volume is... Oh. It's probably fine. I know it's a little bit loud, but like these are things that would alert the monster, so that, you know, the audio volume should be a bit loud. Sweet. Yeah, that did sound better. Okay, we have a way better system now for the interactables. I feel like something I might want to look at refactoring as well could be the like the manager systems, because these are messy right now. You can imply imply loudness by adding echo. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I probably could work as well. I don't think it gets as much of like a, you know, because the good thing about having a little bit higher volume as well is that it can almost work a little bit as a mini jump scare for the game. well, like, if you don't expect that... I mean, smashing the hammer on the crate, I feel like you probably should expect that that would be a louder noise. But there are some that you might not expect is going to be a loud noise, so it might even, like, you know, freak the player out a little bit more, which might be good for a horror game. Okay, I do think I'm gonna have to end it here though. We have been live for around 8 hours, so it's starting to be my time to end it, but please stay for a moment and we'll see if we can find someone to go and throw a raid at. A massive thank you to Alex for that massive raid, as well as Captain Coda. We had 2 of my biggest raids ever so far on the same day. That's pretty nice. Also, thank you so much to everyone who followed the channel. That is highly appreciated. If you haven't followed the channel so far, then you know what to do. Click that little button down here. It's very easy, but it helps me out. It would be nice. Moniz is testing your game if you want to... Oh yeah, for sure. Mooniz? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Let's go and watch someone actually playing the game jam version of the game. There we go, let's jump over to Mooniz, who is currently playing Shrouded Gloom, and we are lucky, he is still in the first room, so there's a bit of content left. Thank you guys very much for watching today, I really do appreciate it. Appreciate all the follows, all the raids, everything, and I will see you guys on Friday. Have a good one, peace.